Hello. Hello, hello. Are we live? Yay. Hello, everyone. Oh, today is a banner day because now it's the second day of streaming. And the first day went pretty good, so I'd like to kind of pick up where I left off there. I'll give it a couple minutes, though, to let people come in. In the meantime, though, I am going to do the Wordle because I haven't done the Wordle in I'm on kind of a streak. I'm kind of a streak. Also, I wonder if I can fix that thing with the border of my avatar there. Oh, I can. Yay. Very nice. So, one of the big problems that I have with the Wordle is that the green, where there's a word, I mean, a letter in the word, versus if you got the letter in the exact correct place, is not a distinctive enough shade whenever you don't have anything confirmed yet. I'm getting okay at it, but my red-green color blindness is kind of acting up here. Oh wait, actually no, that wouldn't be anything. Okay, let's see. Uh, no, can't be anything with spear. I just immediately want it to start with spear. I mean with S. Uh, cast? No, cask? That's kind of a douchey word. Cask isn't a thing? Okay. Cable. Ditch your cable company. Oh wait, there's no S in there. Uh, how? Wait, what? Uh, a S something? Absley? I don't know what this is. Uh, hmm. F. I'm just gonna start looking for other consonants that I could put in there. A lamau. No. So it has to start with A. We know that it has to start with A, and there's an S in it. A soul. Well, I don't know what anything would look like with the S in the middle part. That's the thing. Uh, so it is very likely AS something LE. Really? This just doesn't seem. I've never been like this close and felt like this completely wrong before as well. So that makes me think it's something like super obvious that I'm just not seeing. Uh, I do- the Wordle sucks today. I hate the Wordle. Asul? Isel? No. Oh, wait. Oh, I'm an idiot. I kept thinking of Isle as, like, island, instead of, like, how it is. I haven't done the octortle successfully in a long time. And I'm usually really bad at it, so let me try this out. Uh, Actually, I need to be pragmatic about this. And use as many things as possible right out of the gate. This one is even worse in terms of I don't know if that's actually where that's supposed to go or if it isn't. For the first couple of these, I just try and get all the letters that I can out of there. This is the strat. Also, the strat is to do this on a different monitor because I can't see all the stuff. Is there something in settings? Widescreen. Yes? Lit. Okay. None of these I really want to get started on. Um, let's see. Child. We really don't have a lot to go off of here. Also, I really don't know what the correct letters are. Okay, so I'm going to start off on this guy here. Because I think we can actually get pretty close with that one. Because we got 4 out of 5. And I think it is... Uh, time? No. I wish it would tell me... Wait, is there a colorblind setting? Yes. Correct letter is this. Oh yeah, so I was right the last time. Hooray for accessibility options. T-O. Touted. Doubt? Press X to doubt? Amazing? Are you kidding? Uh... Hmm. D-O. I've already lost this. I can't believe it. Like, B-O-I-M. B-O-I-M-E? Oh, biome. Well, it helps if I could spell. Helps if I could spell. We have nailed it, ladies and germs. All right, so BSAN bite B- Banus. What? One, two, three, what? Okay. Basin. Oh wait. Banus. He said Banus. I can't. I want to spell Banus. Banus. Stupid game. Basin. Okay. Basin biome. Uh. The. Ooh, we got nothing up here. 8THIE. So if that is THI, Thine? That would be stupid. Have we already guessed in though? We have already guessed in. So I don't think anything had it, so it wouldn't be Thine. Uh, I hope that wouldn't even make it past a word filter. Thine. We've already used S, so it's not like shite or something like that. Uh, life. Uh, no, I'm gonna come back to that one. So what do we got over here? DIER. Uh, and it doesn't start with a D. Okay. Doesn't have an A in it. So I was thinking it would be like abide or something like that, but it doesn't have that. Let me zoom in on these. Oop. Zoomed in too much. Okay. Oride. Try? No. Mm. Eride? I always get kind of mixed up whenever there's multiples the same letter. So kind of like fake out ones. And I've always found like octordal is really, really stupid. Like, well, really douchey whenever it comes to like the words that it picks. Like stuff you'll never hear in common parlance. I'm still on uh that number 2 one there. Ride. I think it's something. Oh, pride. Have we nailed it? We nailed it. All right. So let's take on number 3. HIET. So could be T in the front. So thigh. Or we already used S, so it's not gist. And I don't even think, no, gist doesn't even have an H in it. Ghost does. Hmm. I think we got number 8 there with pouty. If not, that's, yeah. Y is a good one to have. But that also narrowed it down so we know it's narrows 3 down so we know it's THI thief? Lit. Okay. For no. I'm going to jump to 5 because we're right there. Privy? I smell what you're stepping in. All right. So D-O blank Y. And it's not dowdy. All right, so we got 3 guesses for 2. And that means we're within a shot. And I'm never usually within a shot on Octordle. I'm kind of doing a moonshot here for stream because I never freaking do this. And it will be second time streamer's luck if I get this right. So TOU we have. And T is in the middle, for sure. And that is not really helpful to me in the way I'm thinking of this. To the point, I'm going to go back to 7. D-O blank blank Y. And I think it's dodgy. Snap. Okay. Great. All right, so what has TG in it? Because we know that the middle one on 4 is T. But it doesn't start with T because we see that. We see that. And it's not Y. What? TG. Atgo. What? I really don't know what that could be. Atgo? 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 Because we've gone through all of the vowels here. And I don't know what... So it has an O and a U in it somewhere, but I don't know... Atgu? Because we're right, there is the T is the center. T is number 3. And it's not Y at the end. Atki. So it's to go. HOTTOGO. Call Chapel Roan. I do have a free guess, but I have a feeling that it's going to be terrible. And is just going to screw things up for me. So let me try and narrow it down a little bit more. Optigo. What is this? So it might start with an O because that's allowed. It could be a U. That is not a common word at all. That is a stupid thing that you have done, Octordle. And you should be ashamed of yourself. And I should be ashamed of me. And I kind of am. I got a score of 68. I don't know what that means, but I feel like it should be higher. Anyway. That was something. Anyway, I'm going to hop over to what I was doing yesterday. And, oh, I want to show off the thing that I have added to my VTuber here. So, oh, he types now. But now I need to adjust his little screen here. Let me see if I can actually drag that a little bit more. Because I have it 400 by 400, and now I think there's just too much going on that's out of the view. And I think that'll be okay if we adjust it a little bit. Turn off the borderless here. Let me drag it down. Oh no, it's just going to do that. So if I drag it this way? It is just set on not being there. Let me reset the size. I can go back to just chatting and show it off. So now he types and he does these little things. There's a lot of overhead, I think, and I think it's mostly from because the server is doing all of the tracking and stuff as well. I think that's like kind of bogging down the buffer for the WebSocket. But what are you gonna do? I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna have to fix that. But I like the idea of the iterative guy. I like the idea of him, like the robot, changing over time and me just adding stuff to it, and it always being like kind of this evolving creature. I think he's pretty cool. So last time we were working on a plane game, and we have this plane here that poops, and he do be pooping. So let me run the game and see where we were, because I just completely stopped this last time. Alrighty. So I think what we need to do is give this an initial velocity. Yes, we do. And I want to see what that is. I'm printing out a whole bunch of stuff down there. Woo! Alright. Yeah, so whenever we start, I need to grab that plane. So the plane on ready needs to have a velocity of 0, 0, negative 5, let's say. Because I believe z is the forward vector there. And let me just move him real quick. Let me open up the... Is that right? I haven't used motion mode. I think that's a new thing that they added in this one. Let me move him along the z-axis. So, yeah, negative z... Movement along the negative z-axis is forward. Let me see if there's anything where I can calculate the velocity here, see what we have. Velocity, thrust is max 20, so not really sure if this is going to be a good number to pull out or not. But I'm just going to send it, see what happens. Oh, it's actually pretty slick. The thrust is not keeping up, so we just fall out of the sky. So I need to be printing out thrust. And I want to know where I need the HUD here. We don't have a HUD yet, so we can make that. And that is going to be with a 2D node and a control node. So the control node is... I actually don't know if I'm going to need it to be in a control node, but Control nodes are just a little bit nicer for organizing things and setting them where they're supposed to be. Text. We need not a text, we need a label. And airspeed label. Airspeed. Cool. I'm just going to leave that here. And grab that label. Airspeed label, there we go. Okay. So, actually what I want to do is change that to thrust. Okay. Because I'm not calculating my airspeed just yet. I am calculating my thrust, because that is known. Thrust. And thrust label text is equal to thrust plus string, it's actually just str, thrust. That'll cast it to a string, and then that'll concatenate it with plus. So I need to change this to thrust, nothing there. And see if that just worked for us. See if it just adds it to the camera. Because sometimes you have to add a sub viewport. Yeah, it does. It just works. So gosh, thrust takes way too long to pick up. And I think thrust maximum is 20. Yeah. Yes, so the thrust increase rate is way too slow. We need to fix that. Whole words only, please, for the search. Okay. Where am I increasing thrust? 1 times delta. Okay. So I need to increase it by... Let's make it like 10 times faster. And whenever we spawn from the arena, plane thrust equals 20. Actually, so I don't know if this is going to do anything in terms of... We do kind of fall out of the sky a little bit, and that's actually kind of cool. I've never seen like a game where you have to sort that out, counteract gravity this much. Woo! I also need a way to throttle down. So, what I'm going to do is go into the input map and change these up a little bit. So, throttle up, throttle down. And I'm going to delete the thrust one. So throttle up, I want that to be connected to my right trigger. And throttle down, I'm going to connect that to my left trigger. Now that's going to break airplane.gd. Throttle up. Okay. And now, if we have throttled down, thrust is going to be minus equal to 10 times delta. So, that should be a constant, just to be, nice. So let's go ahead and do that, just to be consistent. Thrust rate is equal to 10. So we can change it all in one space. I'm kind of going off the concept of don't repeat yourself. All right, so let me start this. Should start flying. Woo! Okay, interesting. There are a lot of things that this is just behaving not like a plane does, but it's not uncool. It's kind of sick, actually. Um, to the point where like I need to change a bunch, but I don't know. I don't know how much I want to change. I think this is pretty cool. I think I stumbled upon something that's just kind of fun, and I think I'm just gonna deal with that because fun stuff's fun stuff. So, um, what do we need to do? We need stuff to shoot at. Now that we've got a big old Gatling gun on the front of our thing, we need to actually do something about that. So I also want to add a quick label here. Da-da-da-da-da. Oh, nice thing about this, let's add a VBox container. So this is going to sort all of our labels and any control that you put in it, actually, nicely like this. Can I have you here? Position label. Position. Alrighty. Now, what I need to do here is grab that label. And grab the variable here. Grab the actual node. So this is starting to get to the point where I've got a lot of stuff and I want to keep it organized. So I'm going to keep all the constants here and my calculable values here and my nodes here. So I'm going to call this what it is, declare this as a label just to keep things sorted and organized. And position label, I need to set the text here. Position label is equal, well, the text is equal to position and %.2f x.2f. So what this does, and I'm going to do this a couple times here, for X, Y, and Z, Fresh Meat's watching, these percent values here, this says take the value and round the float to the nearest two decimal places, to the first two decimal places. And so what you have to do there after that is create a list of the values that you're going to plug into that. So global position X, global position Y, global position Z. Change those values here. So what this should do, if I did it right, is plug in these values in a nice readable way into a single string using string comprehension. Did we do it? Oh, of course we did. On a null instance. Excuse you? Position label? Position label. I have that right. Global position X is... What is the null instance? Position label? We have that. Global position. Property key text with a value type string. What do we not have here yet? Do we not grab the position label? Excuse you? What have I done incorrectly? So let's try and figure this out because it's going to give us the information that we need. It's just not going to tell us in a very nice way. Thrust label. Why is thrust label null? Oh, that's what it's I see what we're doing. So whenever we added things to this VBox container, that changed this value here. It changed the tree, the path to the node. So the thrust label there. So it wasn't anything wrong with what I did with that, I'm assuming. It was all wrong with how I had done it there. Yes. Okay, so we have our value here. There we go. And we can kind of see how big this area is. And we're at 0. 0 on the y value. So we kind of need to define the boundaries of this arena. And I'm going to arbitrarily just say 500 by 500 by 100. And I'm going to declare that in the test arena thing. Extents. Let's see. How are we going to actually have this? It's equal to extents x. Ugh. Extents size. I'm going to make it a vector 3. 500 by 100 by 500. Okay. And then I'll just calculate the rest from there. I don't need to have like 5 or 6 different variables telling me how to do that. I tend to over design in that way, so that was very reflexive of my own nature there. Water good. So throughout that area, let's make a thing where we generate a cool arena. Whoop. Generate arena. So I want obstacles. And in order to do that, I need to put a whole bunch of things out. I actually just need to spawn some cubes. As Booyah always says, just make it out of cubes first. And that's kind of what I'm going to do. So for x in range, let's just give it 100. Let's make a cube. Cube is going to be a mesh instance. 3D. And the cube shape, actually, what's it called? It's not called shape, it's actually the mesh property. Mesh. I want to be sure of that, so I need to cast this, make sure it's correct here. Ah, yeah, that's what I was doing. It's not actually creating a thing. You have to declare you want a new one. And now you can give it a mesh. Because before it was just the actual object, not a reference. Mesh is going to be equal to box mesh. Nope. Yes. Alrighty. Add child cube. And we're going to put this in a random spot. So what I need to do is make a couple variables. Bar cube x is going to be equal to randf range. So what randf range is a random float within a range of negative extent size x and extent size x. So what I should actually do is change it to yeah, I have to change how this works. It's essentially just doubling the size there. And we'll do this for all 3 axes. Z-axis. Y-axis. No, that's not the T-axis. I want the Y-axis. Yeah. There you go. And cube global position is going to be equal to a vector 3 cube x cube y cube z. So let me double check that I've got this all right here. We make the cube, we give it a box mesh, and we add it to the level. And then we take the random value within the range that we want. And I'm going to add extent size y here because I don't want it to go negative. I want everything to be in the positive y value, y coordinate, and plop them in there. So let's see what happens whenever we run this. So there should just be a bunch of cubes everywhere, and there aren't because I didn't call the function. So over here, there we go. Now we have a whole bunch of cubes to fly around in. Neato. I think we could have some more cubes. But I think we could also add a bit of size difference and rotation difference as well. So what I'm going to do here is adjust these variables a little bit. I'm going to add a P here so that I can distinguish them as positional variables. And in the mesh size, I need to add, pardon me. I need to add some randomness to the size there. Actually, we can just do that in the scale. So var cube scale, I guess we can just do that. Let's just scale it uniformly and not across all axes. Pardon me. Range. Let's scale it between 1 and 10. Cube scale is equal to cube S. And give it some rotation as well. Total rotation degrees is going to be equal to, I'm just going to copy and paste this here. Call these values Rx and stuff like that. Replace these. And this is going to be global rotation degrees. So what I want to do is just basically make this 0 to 360. Give it a completely random rotation so that they're all just kind of very varied. Very varied. I might have this wrong, I might have this right. This is a lot of calls, and it's actually not terrible. It's just 100, and we're only doing it once. Scale is a type of float. Oh, vector 3. The scale value has to be a vector 3 and not just a float. I suppose I could times equal it by that. But that's fine. Alright, so now we have these really big thingies to fly around in. And kind of see how you do. Yeah, so you shouldn't be able to do this. I mean, it's cool, but that's really not the way planes work. Alright, so now I want to be able to shoot those and have them like explode or something. So what I need to do is take the tracer round. Let's go over to the tracer round scene here. Now we have our little object here. So let's change the type. And this needs to be a static body. 3D. Even though it's moving, we're not going to do a kinematic body because we're moving it only through code. So this needs a shape. Collision shape. And the general rule of thumb for this sort of deal is you want your hitbox to be bigger than the um, actual visible object, just so people don't feel like they've been robbed by, crappy hitboxes, stuff like that. All right, so we have our first collidable object, and now we need to set this up so that it collides with things. So the layer and mask values. Now these can be kind of confusing if you're just getting into Godot. So every collision object has a layer and a mask. So the layer is what layer it exists on, and masks are the things on which layers it collides and which it interacts with. So I'm going to put this on layer 10 arbitrarily. Doesn't mean anything. So this is going to collide with stuff that's on layer 1. Now it's going to collide on things on 1 and 3. Now if it's on 10, it will only collide with other things on layer 10. So I want this to collide with just 1 for the moment. I'm going to call it, and I'll keep it on 10, just because. So I need to make a new scene for those cubes. In order to be able to shoot them out of the sky, I need to give them their own collision. So let's go to scene, create a new folder called target. And this is just going to be a cube. Create a new scene and call it target. It is actually not going to be a node 3D. It's going to be a static body 3D because it's not going to move. If it were a kinematic body, it would just fall out of the sky. We don't want that. So we need a mesh instance, and it needs to be an cube. And let's give it a script. Target. So what we were doing in the arena, we were doing all of this. So let's just take this functionality and put it into the target itself. So on our ready function, let's just copy and paste. Now there's some redundancies that we don't need here. So we've already got the cube. So let's take the cube and grab this node here. We'll just call this the cube. And on ready, oh, I have to bring this out a little bit. The indentation was off. Cube is going to be equal to the cube. Great. And we also need our positions here. That's not going to change. That's going to go back in the tracer round. Actually, no, that's going to be back in the arena. That's going to stay there. And I'll come back to that in a moment. So they will rotate themselves and they'll scale themselves, but they're not going to position themselves. The arena will still spawn these and position them. So we don't need to make a cube or the mesh or add it to anything. That's all going to be handled by the arena itself. And this looks good, this looks good. It scales itself and it rotates itself. Great. So I want to go back to the target and create a collision shape. There we go. And it's going to also be a box. And once again, we're going to be a little bit generous in terms of the extent here. I think 1.1. 1.15. So you can kind of, I'm going back to 1.1. You can graze it a little bit and still count it as being hit. So this now needs to be put on a layer. Collision is going to be on layer 2. Let's call it layer 2. And I'm going to edit these layer names just so we don't get confused. Layer 2, targets. And we'll call layer 1 the environment, like the ground and stuff like that. And layer 10, we have bullets. Okay, so we now see here that this is on the target layer, and it's going to interact with bullets. There we are. Da, 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 da. Just to double check here that I had that right, that these connect here. So this is on the bullet layer. Ah, yes. And it connects with targets. Fantastic. So now we have these collision shapes, and right now if I went and just shot these at the target, they're not going to do anything. So I'm going to need to add in some logic for that. But first, I forgot that we have the arena that's making these. So we have the target resource. Now our target resource is going to be equal to, and we have to load that other scene. So we have to load our target scene here. I can just grab it and drag it in there, and it'll bring in the fully qualified name. Here we are. And I still want to do 100, but instead of this, the cube is going to be our target resource, and we'll make an instance of it. And I can add that here, but and the position is still going to be just as we had it. But the scale and rotation are all handled within the cube. There we go. And that goes there. So before we go any further, let's just make sure that we have this going right. We don't. So I instantiate. I said instance, which is a holdover of what they used to call it in Godot 3. Scale on vector 3. Property of scale. So this is within cube, the target, and I had cube.scale. There's no variable called cube. This all needs to be calling itself directly. So self, but it's implicit, so we don't need to do that. And in fact, I don't even need to reference the mesh at all. Clean that up, get rid of it. All right, so now we have all these guys out here. And whenever I shoot them, nothing happens. And that's fine, because we haven't told anything to happen yet. First, let me check what my debugger is saying. Oh, delta was never used? Oh yeah, I'm not passing delta through. So I'm just going to go ahead and underscore these just so I don't get these errors that bother me. I want my error debugger to be pure. So what we need to do here is go back to our target scene, and we need to set up some signals. Collision object input event. These have changed, I believe. Static target. Have these changed? They might have done. Let me open up the documentation and see what is what. So static bodies should be giving me more signals than this. What have I done? What have I done? Oh, never mind. So what I have done is forgot about area 3D. So what I did here was make the mistake of thinking that these are the actual collision shapes. So these, this is the shape of, like if something were to be standing on this, it wants to be exactly the same size. So that wants to match. What we need to do, in fact, we can also sort of just change this back to a node 3D. and then create an area 3D. There we go. And I can move that down here. 1.5, 1.5, 1.5. It was 1.1. 1.5 would be way too big. So the area 3D does broadly the same thing. All it does is just listens for other things. So we are going to be putting this in the target layer, and it's going to be listening for the bullet layer. There we are. And same thing with the tracer round. That means this doesn't need to be Node 3. Node 3D. It can be a Node 3D. It just needs an area underneath it. Area 3D, collision shape. And change these collisions to, it's going to be on layer 10 for bullet, and it collides with targets, and it's also going to collide with the environment as well. So what we need to do here is, now we have all of these signals which are associated with the area 3D, and on area entered, let's just connect that to our main script here. So we go to the right click and connect, and it will connect it to the tracer round script. And it will actually make a nice little guy over here. So whenever that area is entered, that means it's hit something that is qualified to hit. So what we're going to do is free it. So let's go ahead and start shooting stuff. First, let's see if we broke anything by removing. Yeah, can't be assigned to that. Oh yeah. So whenever I created these, they were assigning scripts extending static body, but they should not do that. I don't think the tracer one did. I think it's already Node 3D. Yeah. So we had to change the extends to Node 3D. All right, now these should delete themselves. So you can see them shoot past that, past the cubes, but whenever one hits the cube, it's kind of hard to tell, but they do stop. So what I would like to do is give these targets a kind of response to being shot. And I'm going to do the same thing with the area entered. I connect that to target over here. And what I would like to do is just, for right now, just kill it. So if the cube gets hit, it will just disappear. And it's kind of hard to hit these, actually. So yeah, as soon as these hit them, as soon as the bullet hits them, they disappear. Woo! Okay. I want to change my roll rate as well in the airplane. Roll rate. Let's make it 3.5. A little bit faster. All right. So those the targets now die whenever I shoot them, but now I kind of want to give them a little bit of health. Alrighty. So now whenever its area is entered, health is going to be minus equal to 10. Actually, this is 20. And if health is less than or equal to 0, then kill it. So now everything can take a hit. And I kind of want a visual representation of that. So what I'm going to do is give these a color. So I'm going to give these all a material. Actually, I don't even need to do that. What I'm going to do is use the modulate function here. So in visibility, actually in the mesh visibility here, transform, sorting, visibility range, where are we at? This should have a modulate quality. If not, kind of a bummer. It might, and I'm just not finding it. So we can just go back and do a full-on material on it. So in that case, I do need the mesh. And I'm going to call that cube mesh. Mesh instance 3D. So that's our cube there, and I want to give that a material. Material is going to be a spatial material? What's it called? Standard material. Standard material 3D new. And I'm going to make all of these targets blue. So material albedo color is going to be equal to a color blue. All right. And cube mesh set override material. Actually, what do I have to call it here? Material override? Ah, yeah. All right, yeah, so the cube mesh material override is going to be the material. So let's make sure these are all blue, because we want them to all be blue. If they're not all blue, I'm going to freak out. They're all blue. Thank but Jesus. Alrighty. Ah. Hey, we got big. Alrighty. So as this takes damage, I wanted to change color. So what I'm going to do is take the material. Get material? How do we get the material off of this geometry instance 3D? So let me go over to the documentation. We know that this is a geometry instance 3D. And I want to get that material. Material override. Get material override. There you go. Alright, so whenever we're hit, we're going to... Actually, I want to make sure that this doesn't happen on 0. That material is going to be equal to get cube mesh get material override. So this is going to give us that blue material there. And I'm not going to just make a whole another material here. It's got to be that same one so that it changes and that we're referencing it as this changes as the health goes down. So that material is going to lerp. Our color is going to be equal to material albedo color. And we're going to take that, let's see. How do I want to go about doing this? Lerp color is going to be equal to color lerp and we're going to lerp it to color red by a certain weight. And that weight is going to be whatever our health is divided by the max health. Yes, so let me calculate that here. How do I do math? Yep. Health divided by 100. And I'm going to tack a 0.0 on there so it can be done as a float and not be strange. And I'm going to see what this does. So our material albedo color is going to be the lerped color. I think this will work. It might not. But let's find out. So let's find these blue guys and shoot at them and see what happens. Yeah. I can already tell that it's not quite working the way that it's supposed to. I mean, it works okay. I do think that I don't have that weight correct because it needs to be a value like right between um, 0 and 1. And I don't know if I got that exactly the way that I wanted it to. In fact, I think I need to do 1.0 minus weight. Try that out. This could ruin it. No, that's what I wanted. So now it'll fade to red as I shoot it. Neat. And I kind of am slow, but that's kind of fine too. All right, so we have stuff to shoot. That's fun. Now, I need stakes. I need this to be dangerous. So, in my airplane that poops, I'm going to put a collision area on it. And we have our collision shape here, which is this cube, this like kind of transparent cube that goes around it. And I want to see if we have a collision layer. So we are going to collide with targets and the environment. And we are going to be on our own layer here. So let's call layer 3 plane. Da, 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 da. But this also needs to interact with bullets in case we get shot at. A little water break. Right. So what I need to do here is essentially if we run into something, we take damage. And in fact, this is actually going to be, this is once again the physical aspect of it. So I need a hitbox. Area 3D, and let's just call it the hitbox. Give us a nice collision shape that works with that. It's going to be a box. I'm just going to copy and paste this one. There we go. And we need to be able to collide with targets and bullets. And we are going to be on plane number 3. So I need to go and adjust the tracer rounds here. So these should interact with planes as well. But now that we have the ability to be shot at, we don't have anything to shoot at us. So I think we need to address that in some way. And I'm not sure the best way to do it. I think we need to have other planes that we can shoot at and that can shoot at us. But first, I'm going to need to make a big old ground plane in here. And this will be a static body 3D. And it needs to have a mesh instance so it can have a shape. And I'm just going to give this, let's see, 500 by 500. I want it to be a plane mesh. Size 500, 500. Pretty big. And I'm going to make it a color that is just kind of brown. So it can indicate the ground. Cool. And it's a little bit low. So instead of actually having that low, I need to launch the plane from higher. There we go. And I can get rid of these little test cubes that we had sticking around. Ground plane. There we are. And just so we don't get snow blind basically by this, I'm going to adjust this material to have a little bit of noise to it. Give it a texture, a noise texture. And it has to have a noise in the noise texture, just more clicking. I love to click. And let's up the frequency a little bit. Cool. Meh, that's fine. Let me launch around and see what this looks like. Oh, here's an interesting thing that's happened. So what's happening is as soon as I shoot the gun, the bullets pop out and are immediately killed because they're colliding. So I'm going to have to make a quick little hack to get around that. So what do we have in our trace around script? Whenever it's initialized, it can potentially be given a velocity. It just moves this way, and then on its area entered. But we do get this area here. So, this means if we are colliding in the area of the owner of us, that means we shouldn't kill we shouldn't kill the bullet. So Gatling gun needs to have a parent. So the Gatling gun is going to have a plane that it's attached to, and the plane is going to be the parent of the gun. So let's go over to the plane scene so we can see that there. We have the gun, and the direct parent of that is the airplane. So what we can also do, whenever we fire and we get these bullet instances, I'm going to pass that plane to it. So let's see. Here in init, we're going to have fired by. So this isn't going to be quite like Doom, where you can like shoot a rocket and then run in front of the rocket and then blow yourself up. For the Gatling gun, you're not going to be able to shoot yourself with it because there should be no situation where you can fly faster than your own bullets. Should be. So we have our fired by variable. So that means I don't want this to shadow it. P fired by. Okay. So what happens whenever the area 3D is called? It only gives us the area 3D. So on the airplane here, that means we're going to get the hitbox. So this enters an area, this area here, so area will be hitbox. That doesn't mean fired by is going to correlate with that. It means we have to get the parent of the hitbox. So let's see. Hitbox owner is going to equal area get parent. And if hitbox owner is equal to fired by, we're going to return. Otherwise, we're going to queue it free. So let's see if that worked. This might... Yeah, that didn't work. I'm not shooting the bullets from one place over here. Expected one argument. Instantiate plane and null there. And the bullet resource. Explain yourself. Paxine expects one argument. I've added 2 arguments. Instantiate plane in 20. Let's Google it. Godot instantiate Paxine expected 1 argument. Pass arguments. There's a pull request that's been open for a long time. Apparently you can't do that, I guess. So instead of that, before we add the child, bullet instance fired by is going to be equal to the plane and the velocity. Correct? So I can actually just get rid of this if I have to do it all myself. And the velocity will equal 20, yes. Alrighty. Oh, I have a typo here. Cool. Alright, so now we can shoot and not shoot ourselves. And this should, yeah, we shouldn't be seeing any bullets fly through this. We might actually. Yeah, you can see a couple bullets fly through that. Let me fly down a little bit. They don't all die right there. Because the speed at which these bullets move and how thin that the ground plane is, they can go through it. This is a little persnickety. It's a little difficult to... a little bit difficult to aim. I kind of need a crosshair here. Let me see if I can just do that. Let's pop a crosshair on this control sector here. Alrighty, so we just need a little circle. And I think there is a custom drawing thing in the documents, documentation about how you can do this. And I am absolutely going to copy and paste it off of the Godot website. Knows to draw a circle in Godot. Do we want that? Is this what we want? So the problem with Googling anything about Godot is 90% of the time it will escort you to a YouTube video. And I will never watch a tutorial that's from a YouTube video. I cannot stand like 25 minutes of, okay, so first, thank you for being here. Unfilled circle. Ah, yes. It's the unfilled arc thing. Okay, so I'm going to call this HUD, and I'm going to change everything I need to in here to HUD, because now node 2D doesn't exist. And I'm going to give this its own script. And on what I need to do here is find the center of it. So in order to do that, I need to get the viewport rectangle size and then divide that by 2. Yes. Okay. I think that's where it needs to be. And I'm gonna need that because I'm gonna put it in the draw callback. So the radius, I want it to be, I think, 20 pixels. And the width will be like 2. And let's see. So what we do is you draw an arc, and that'll be in the center. It'll have this radius, start angle, 0, and then 2 times pi, if that's the end. Point count. Let's give it like 30. And color. Okay. I think that's all we need. And I think we need to update it every frame. No, it's not draw. Update. Is it update? Redraw? Q redraw. That's what it is. Let's see if this works. What I'm hoping to see is a little circle in the center of my screen. And there is one. Okay, so that's a good crosshair. It's too big though. So let's make the radius 10. Neato. Alrighty. Well, I'm going to go pee real quick. Now that I've got that done. Just one mo. And we're back. Okay. I think that all went through. We still on? Still live? Still happy? Alrighty, so we have our um our crosshair. That's good. Let me run back through this because I completely purged my mind of everything that I was doing there. So this is a pretty good size arena. Especially with how not fast we fly. There we go. And this is actually kind of fun. So I don't know if I want to add like any sort of like landing stuff like that. We can change the thrust. There's an interesting thing. We do just kind of fall out of the sky whenever we turn the thrust down. Turn the thrust all the way to 0. So we still glide. So that means we don't have a good drag coefficient, and we're essentially in a parabolic arc. And yeah, this is not the way a plane should fly. So there are certain things like that I've kind of found are super awesome, and other things are not so much. We should probably change. So maybe just tag up some of these balloons here. Neat. All right. So one thing I think we need to get down to business with is let's see what we can clean up here. This looks kind of okay. We need to rethink how we're doing this here. And in order to do that, we are going to have to add in some coefficients and some little fun things that hopefully we can just add more fine tuning to make the experience like just more fun. So I think we're going to need a lift and a drag coefficient because my eventual goal is to add like more planes. So everything is going to need its own lift and drag coefficient. And I don't know what that is. 2? And drag is going to be, I don't know, 2. So what we have here on the physics frame, we're handling the inputs, we're moving, calculating the angle. I kind of think that moving slide should come last. So we're calculating our lift here. And I kind of want to revisit that because I don't know. I think it just kind of just kind of was thrown together. So the upward vector, what we're doing here is we get our forward velocity from the forward vector, and we apply lift along the upward vector, but we need now a like lift force. So let's see. That's going to be the forward velocity. And I do have a little thing over here that I looked up some rudimentary equations that we might have to do. And it's forward velocity squared times the lift coefficient. Lift coef. Okay. So let's see what this proper thing does. This might just shoot us into the stratosphere. It's actually not Am I not calling this right? So if I have this all the way at 0, turning thrust, yeah, that's not right. Because now I'm flying upward instead of down like I should. Alright, so in order to do that, we're going to have to adjust this lift force, this lift coefficient. The lift coefficient, I guess I just need to print lift. Let's just print everything out here. So we have all of these nice labels. Let's add a whole bunch more. Lift label. Drag label. Let's take a look at these. Here we go. Lift label. Drag label. These are both labels. Of course they are. Lift label, drag label. Okay. And then at the end of this is where we're applying everything. I actually want that back down there. So I have friction in here already, and we need to convert that to drag. Well, I would like to convert that to drag. We don't need to do anything. Lift label text. And that is going to be... I don't even know if we have drag as a variable yet. Nope, not yet. So that can go over here with lift. Okay. And I'm just going to make it 0 for right now. But I want to see the lift lift printed out, because I think that's going to help me see some variables here. All right, so we have a lift of 14, and the lift goes down to 10. Okay, so we are falling out of the sky. Whenever we are gliding, we should not be going up like this, even though our lift is going down. So that means we, in order to have the lift, have lift function the way I think I do, I need drag. So where we have calculate lift, I just want to do it in like the same spot in the file here. Function calculate drag. Let's see. So, let's see what we're gonna need. We need our forward vector and velocity. And let's see here. I'm just gonna copy and paste it. So, in my notes, I have drag force opposes forward motion proportional to the square of the velocity. So, there we go. That means we have a drag force. And forward velocity squared. And then we're going to multiply that by the drag coefficient. And drag is going to be on the forward vector. I believe it might have to be negative on it. Another thing that I would like to do is just combine these. Combine lift and drag because they do like so much of the same thing. Yeah, let's do it. Lift and drag. So I'm going to copy these and get forward velocity squared. And that means I can do lift force and drag force all in one here. Forward vel squared times drag coefficient. As I'm doing this, I also realize this could be a waste of time and just make it like not fun. But lift coefficient. What if it does make it more fun? Return lift force and drag force. Return these as an array. And let's see. Am I not repeating myself here? Upward vector. How was I using upward vector there? Oh yeah. I had these forces here. That's not exactly what I wanted. So I can actually just delete those. I love to delete swathes of code. Lift, data is equal to calculate lift and drag. Lift is equal to data 0 and drag is equal to data 1. Whoop! Get out of here. Velocity is equal to lift times delta. That might have to change, but I wanted to at least see this going. So my drag coefficient is mostly on the negative. And it slows down. Yeah, so that drag coefficient is going to be... I think it's kind of okay. I don't know. I need to actually incorporate the drag now. And I'm not sure the best way to do that. So what we've done here is velocity is plus lift times delta and... Oh, I guess we would just do the opposite. Minus equals drag times delta? Is that right? Yeah, I think so. So that means... I don't know if we are able to completely remove friction, but I'm going to try it and see what happens. Let's crash and burn. Okay. We have... Oops, we've nanned. We have nanned hard. Well, one, let me try adding friction back in and seeing what happens, because it worked before. Okay, yeah, it is the drag. And now I wonder what happens so that we just completely not unnumbered ourselves. Yeah, we're doing it again. Are we flying upwards now? We're gliding backwards. Oh, we're gliding backwards. That is weird. Okay. Also, the drag is way too much. I think it needs to be like, a tenth of that. We're still going up, like more than I want. And I think what I need to do, yeah, we're still going up more than I want. And not at the angle that I like, so I think we need a little bit more drag. Go. Yeah, this feels pretty cool. And it does feel like you could just fall out of the sky whenever you're doing that. All right, so if we stop, we still have the issue where you just rise. Drag doesn't seem to want to give you, like, the lift always increases. And we are just falling out of the sky here. So if we zoom up, we zoom down. Why does it give us this lift? Why is drag going negative? That is something that shouldn't... Well, let me flip over and see what happens. Actually, drag should always be negative. Drag should never be positive. Yeah, and it's not giving us... It is giving us positive drag here. I fear I've made it too complicated. Yeah, position goes up whenever we slow down. So that is something fundamentally wrong in our calculation there. We're not gimbal locked anymore. That's good. Friction did have a difference. Let's see. Fraction is equal to velocity length times delta. That doesn't feel right. I think it needs to be something more along the lines of, instead of divide equal, I think it needs to be times equal, frankly. Friction times delta. But it's not going to be that. It has to be like 1.0 minus that. Yeah, so it can actually be 1 on the correct scale. But I think the friction also needs to be like way lower. What we got? Yeah, lift is now ginormo. So friction actually was doing what it was supposed to do there. Whoa. If you fly backwards, it freaks the heck out. That's interesting. All these should be not a number errors. Non-finite numbers. Yeah. All right. So it can't fly backwards. The lift is always wrong. I'm actually going to put that friction back the way I had it, because it was kind of working in our favor anyway. So lift is calculated incorrectly. Lift has, I think we just might have too much. Let's give it 1.2. So if I fully slow this down, we are still rising. And I feel like it's to do with the thrust, because once we have because gravity is not wrong. Gravity is a lovely constant. What is lift giving us? Wait a minute. Is it forward velocity squared and not like upward velocity? No, that's right. They both want that. Forward velocity times the upward vector. Wait a minute. Is that right? No. No. Oh, balls. I have fudged the bucket. Vector 3. Wait. We have something wrong? Imagine. Plus equals lift times delta. Plus equals lift times delta. Vector 3 and float. Do we have to do this? Vector 3 and operator. Oh, plus. So where is that supposed to be at then? Because I thought that would be... Now it's just giving us a float instead of the actual... I'm not overwriting that or anything here. That's right. Calculate lift and drag. Lift is forward velocity times lift force. Forward velocity... Should that not be a float? Excuse you. Don't make me do math. I will do bad at math. Wait a minute. Oh, I am stupid. This has to be the upward vector instead of the forward vector, because that's how... Take detailed notes if you're going to take any notes at all. Why are we flying straight up in the air? There's a coefficient that is way too high. We've already made it worse. We've already made it worse. I think this lift coefficient... Wait, is that just a solid lift coefficient? Yes, the solid lift force. We don't need lift coefficient. Can we make that back to what it was and see if that changes anything or just shoots us into the stratosphere? That lift should always go back to 0. Well, not 0, but like enough to counteract everything. 0.2. See what happens here. And if I turn around, it's completely borked also. This is not good. So we must not be calculating drag the right way. Must not be... We must not be doing something right. That's always true. We've made it too complicated. Definitely made it too complicated. So, forward vector. Making sure I'm getting that right. Yeah. Forward vector and velocity is that dot product by velocity and forward vector. Upward vector is the basis y. Let me just double check that that's working correctly by turning this thing to the right. Yeah. So, yeah. That is good. That's what we want in terms of the upward vector. squaring that correctly. Forward velocity, lift force is lift coefficient times drag coefficient times. Let's just can can we? What happens if we just go negative? Let's break it. This should shoot it down, right? We should. 2.0. I wonder if it needs delta. Do we need delta in it? Delta is going to ostensibly decimate this value. I wonder. I mean, the lift force just is too high. I don't like the angle that I have to be at for it to fly the way I want, though. So the lift coefficient needs to be just slightly more. Let's do it 3.0. Are we going up? We don't want to be going up. Okay, we're not going up anymore. This feels better. This feels way better. Yeah, this feels way nicer. So if I do this, we still have like that weird lift in the beginning for whatever reason. And we don't glide like you should. You should be able to glide way more. Because at what point does our forward velocity just completely mess everything up? Maybe we can just set the max thrust to like 50 and see what the heck happens. This doesn't seem like it's doing much difference. This doesn't seem like 50 thrust. This feels like 20 thrust. And then if I slow down, we get a float boost. I wonder if it's like because it's a 0 value, it freaks out. So let me take it down to like a 2. We still have that lift. What happens here? We do want to plummet towards the ground a little bit. And you shouldn't be able to do this. That's for sure. Okay. This needs a lot of fine tuning, and I don't really feel like doing it right now. So what I kind of want to do instead, and it's kind of stupid, is do multiplayer, essentially. So what I want to do is I want this to be a browser-based thing. So let me see if I can quickly export this to web. I can. Export project. Output. And called airplane. What is? Sweet. And with remote debug, I can run this in a browser. Pull this over here. Godot? Hello? Hello, Godot. I've made it very upset. There we go. Okay, and does this work? This works. I've noticed something interesting. Throttle up does not work. Throttle down does not work. But it does work whenever I run it in engine. So I need to suss that out. Also my Rutrow, yeah. Not sure why that's not wanting to work. Because, well, I need to debug that. So in our action map, we have fire, throttle up, and joy down. Fire is working, and that is a button. Throttle up and throttle down are not working, and those are joypad axes. There's causality there. I mean, well, there's, something to consider there. Hey, Booyah, how you doing? Just working on the game again. But also my debug option doesn't quite work either. Oh, you can see my my new addition here. Whenever I type. And then after I stop typing for a second, he puts his hands back. So I have a lot of buffer overhead in the WebSocket that's sending all this information. So it only gets like every 5th keystroke. So that's something I need to deal with. Let me go back up here. I'm too high now. Whee! There we go. Booyah, what you been doing? You been working on Alpine Lake? Oh, you know how we do. Yeah, I do. I do know. I want to protect this function because it works just how it's intended. Don't look at it. Don't touch. Fresh meat! It's the Canadian bacon. How's it going? We're back to dogfighting here. Let's see. Yeah. I'm going to give us an arbitrary fuel level. Turn down Spotify just a little bit. Arbitrary fuel level, and then based on thrust, lower that fuel level. Where is thrust? Yes. So fuel is going to be equal to, is actually going to minus equal to thrust times fuel drain rate. And that's going to be all caps because that's going to be a constant. And it's going to be very, very, very tiny. It's going to be equal to 0.01. And then what I can do here is in my special readout of many things, I'm going to add another label. Take a look here. And I have a fuel label. Fuel. Cool. Copy that. So let me assign this text in my script here. Fuel label, which is a label, by the way. And we're going to grab it. Where is my... There we go. The fuel label. All right, now at the end of every tick, I'm going to add this text. Fuel level is equal to string fuel. He's going to try and keep it PG today. It's okay. You can let it fly. So, Freshman, I actually thought about that yesterday. I was like, oh man, we are chugging the fuel. Fuel level is going to go into the negatives. Okay. I actually thought of it because it was my first stream, and I was like, okay, so my chat is a direct product of me. I was like, what do I want my chat to be? What do I want to like encourage? What do I want to discourage and stuff? And I think I thought about that way too much in the moment, and I was like, it's fine, it's cool. Let's see here, 0.005. Yeah, the fuel drain rate is going to be infinitesimal, and fuel is going to be minus equal. Wait, actually, we have to clamp it. And yeah, there we go. So let's see if that drain rate is a little bit better. It's still a lot. Oh wait a minute. I'm a ding dong. I need to add delta to that. Well, multiply that by delta. So now I can have still a pretty tiny drain rate, but it can actually be better. So this is about 1, 2. This is about 500 seconds. So this is about 6 minutes of fuel time, I guess. Yeah, it's about 6 minutes of fuel time. Mod you? Oh, wait, what the heck? We got some nonsense in chat? I'm gonna ban that guy. First time chat. Hold up. We got nonsense. This is absolutely panda GD-monium. I'm trying to click on it. Inspect. Okay. Inspect. No, not that, you ding dong. Here, let me switch over to my actual... we're flying out of bounds, chat. Booyah. You're going to catch a mod real quick. And... he's going to click it. Oh, thank God. You did it. Where are we now? Oh, yes. You saved our gentle fresh meat. Crisis averted. So I think that we're too far out of view here. So let me restart this. Yeah. All right. So what do we have now? We have a little bit better plane handling, and now we can shoot stuff. So these These things spawn everywhere, and you can shoot them and they die, which is the thing that's supposed to happen. You can also fly into them and nothing will happen to you. But we can also adjust our thrust a little bit more and fly upside down. We essentially have a vomit simulator, and oh, you get really confused by the controls. There we go. There we go. I think there's also an issue where also mod stream elements can't do his thing without it. Stream elements. I'll stab. I'll stab. Let me go back to him. Stream elements. You there. I mod thee. Wait a minute. Can I not mod it from the little stream chat thing over here? Now he's not in my chat. This is... And then now I'm flying off again into the abyss. Type mod, stream elements. He's giving me a macro. Mod. Are you mod now? He mod now. Yay. Hey, and we made it back to where we were. Now we... Oh, yeah. Yeah, now we shooting. Now we shooting. Okay. I want... to be able to... I need to actually fix the tracer round thing. So I'm running into the classic Doom issue where if you shoot something too fast, it covers its distance like more than this, and it can fly through stuff. There we go. So what I need to do is change the velocity here. Inherit V. Explain yourself. Explain what you have said. Because I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Is the scale is going to be multiple equal vector 3. Have your bullets inherit your forward velocity plus their own speed. Son, this is Godot. I don't think they know what that is. And essentially that is what I'm doing. So I'm just going to change the scale on this axis to be the distance covered. And I think that's going to work. So these bullets should be ginormo. Actually, they're tiny. Interesting. Times equals... Oh, because I turned them into nothing. You ding dang ding dong. I pressed F5, not F6. Yes. Okay, so that works, and they look dumb now. So what I need to do... Oh, heck yeah. This has... Why is everything dying now? Everything's freaking out, guys. Everything's freaking out. I'm not even hitting these things and they're dying. This is... I've essentially created the most effective weapon system on the face of the... Why did that one... Yeah, we got God mode here. Yeah, why are those ones freaking out? Okay, so instead of doing that, what I'm going to do, instead of changing the visual aspect of it there, this area, This scale Z. Okay. I'm just going to change it of the area specifically, and none of that multiple equal nonsense. I know my audience. I don't have a big audience. I can know everything. I can take notes. What do we got? The area. Wait, is a hitbox. Let's actually call this a hitbox so I know what I'm talking about. On ready, let's turn that node into a variable hitbox. Hitbox? Oh. So what I think I did... yeah. What I need is this. I was doing that every frame. Velocity... Shitbox, yeah. I didn't even think about that. Fire by and velocity is equal to 10. Okay. So, right. Velocity is equal to that. Fired by is equal to P fired by, and I need to make that this. P velocity. P velocity, so we're not shadowing anything. The velocity of P. Yes, we are all mentally about 12 years old. That's good. That means you have a healthy young mind and are just oh my god. Okay. I need to make the hitbox scale Z equal to velocity. That's great. So now what is happening here is now that I have this fancy pantsy setup function, the gun needs to actually call that, because what I was doing was just instantiating it and then adding these, but instead of doing that, bullet instance is going to just call setup with the plane, which is what it was fired by, and the velocity of 20. So eliminating the need for me to do that. And we broke it. Scale on base nil? Oh, it's not ready. So ready happens as soon as it enters the scene tree, and it wasn't there yet. So now these work. But now we should be able to shoot things now. Yeah, with a little bit more consistency, and without having everything die, without looking at it. You gotta have it in the crosshairs before you can kill it. Sweet. Alrighty. Water. Everyone hydrate. Everyone quick. Too many spaces here. So we have our plain health and we have our plain fuel. I need to figure out why it wasn't running in the browser like I wanted it to. So I'm going to hit remote debug and then run in browser and see what the heck is going on. Loading. Drag this over here. So we can shoot. We just can't move the thrust axis. We can't throttle up and we can't throttle down. But we can move around like this. Coffee it is. It's coffee o'clock. It's very interesting because the roll, pitch, and stuff like that, that's all handled through axes as well, but it doesn't have any problem with that. Also, my debug button of, I thought it was because it was just accessing it directly. but it's totally not. Coffee chuggers. Okay, I'm not a coffee drinker just because, I mean, I never like started. I mean, I'd probably be a coffee drinker. Uh, the thing is, uh, do I need to be doing it to stay incredibly regular? Are you guys both coffee poopers? Hmm? 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 Are you? Are you coffee pooper? He coffee a lot. Well, don't you have like a dozen kids? Is that what you had mentioned yesterday? You need to be coffee. Oh, two. That's plenty. That's plenty. You got to stay caffeinated to wrangle the chitlins, as they say. What is this song? I've got Spotify going on over here, and I just picked up the chill game music, and it's working out pretty well. Now, why are we not recognizing my inputs as I input them? In my, I can actually close a lot of these little documentation tabs. In my main thing here, I have if input is key pressed, keypad subtract. So what I think the issue is because that is like the browser must not be focused or something. So let me retry running that. And see if I can't. Oh, the music is super faint. Oh, I turned it down a little bit. Let me see if I can turn it up a little bit. We have the main theme from Breath of the Wild playing now. I think the song's actually just quiet. There we go. Yeah, it was just incredibly quiet. Uh, yeah, there we go. I'm gonna change this just so that everything is being called as it should be. Debug quit. Add that, and I want that to be the start button. So start. We're just gonna quit. So if input is action just pressed, debug quit, then quit. Great. Throttle up. I'm not sure why that is not being called. So let me go over to airplane where that's supposed to be called from. Handle inputs. Throttle up. Action pressed. Action pressed. Throttle down. Da 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 da. And this is also is actually that makes no sense why that wouldn't be changing the thrust there. Check my project settings. Nothing here says nothing here is giving me any clue as to why that wouldn't be working. Let me try it with a different key mapped to the same thing. So throttle up if I press circle as well. So we know that it does not work whenever we press the right trigger. Oh, this is not the actual browser I wanted to be running in. I wanted to be in the browser. Run the browser. And it might be because it's not exported. This could be a number of silly things. Okay, so thrusting up does nothing, but whenever I press circle to do thrust, it's completely fine. And if I press start, it will quit the thing. Oh, it doesn't close the browser. That's fine. Alrighty. That's frustrating, and I'm gonna Google it. Godot web export joy trigger doesn't work. I just got buzzed by a. Oh yeah, joypad analog triggers don't work on web export. Oh, joy of joys. Does anyone know if this is fixed yet? No. I love open source software. They just know that it's an issue. Seems like the reported action strength is not always 0, but when pressing the trigger down quickly, it turns into a small positive value. Okay. Fix. Okay, so they're. They have a fix. It's closed. Explain yourself. Remove the reference to the 3x bug. Needs implementation. No, I don't see what that changes. I got to work with analog values. Approach is correct though. We should just send the button and let the input singleton handle it. Oh, this was last month. So what? What do we do? Well, we are getting joy axis here. So let's try it here. Raw thrust. Input get joy axis 0. Joy axis trigger right. Okay. Let's see if that works. And we have the dead zone. I'm going to move the dead zone up here. And if that raw value is above it, let's see. First off, I want to see if this works just in here. And it doesn't want to work. It's kind of doing weird stuff. You're being very weird. Okay. Raw throttle up. Let's print raw throttle up and see what it does. Oop. What have I done? Excuse you? Oh, throttle up. That was a fun typo. So it does go up to 1. Oh, I was subtracting it, and this was adding it. That's on me. That was me. That's my B. Okay. Now, this is where we get into the hacky nonsense places here. Raw throttle up. Raw throttle down. Oh. I changed everything but what I needed to change. Okay, so now this should do everything that I wanted to. Alrighty. Gravy, baby. We can throttle up and down here. So let me unprint these and see if I can re-export this. Actually, undo that. Re-export. And run in browser. And then drag that over to from whence I had it before. And thrust doesn't work. But these axes work. That's so strange. So what I'm going to do... Hey, welcome back. We're still running into the same issue where I'm just kind of banging my head into this stuff. Godot doesn't have a way to access the triggers for whatever reason. Those values for the R2 and L2, or RT and LT if you're on an Xbox controller. So what I'm going to do, axis right Y, is, let's see, raw throttle. Raw throttle, blah, 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 blah. All right, so now I'm just going to change this to the right stick, which isn't on the up and down direction, if that is, because it's not being used. So I'm going to multiply that by the raw throttle value. Because for whatever reason I can access the sticks, but I can't access the buttons on the back. So if I... Okay. Yeah, I need to reverse that. Alright, so I can throttle up by doing this, and I can throttle down by doing this. So let's see if we can re-export it into the browser and see if we can control the thrust. Because it's going to be simple. Like, this isn't going to be something like I want to like dump onto Steam or something that has to like work in every considerable way. Okay, we can thrust up and we can shoot stuff. That's kind of all we need. And we have our fuel that is decreasing at a pretty good rate. And if I go all the way down to no thrust, we fall out of the sky but don't use any fuel. That's the essential way planes work. Water. That's a hydration break if I ever saw one there. So what I want to do now is play with other people. Actually, first I need to give myself some health. Health is equal to 100. And if we have our hitbox entered, then we subtract something from our health. Health minus equals 10. Brent health. We'll deal with that as it comes. And health is going to be clamped. So it can't go negative. Uh, we are going to need some stuff. What we're gonna need in order to make this, what, no wish listing available? Unfollowed? Well, I got news for you, kid. You're just gonna get it for free. You can't wish list if you just get it. Wait. I guess that was the point of wish lists whenever we were kids, 'cause you would just get it. Uh, so does that mean the Steam wish list thing makes no sense and it should just be a shopping list? Anyway, yeah, just add to cart. We're going to need web sockets, daddy-o. That's how I use it. Yeah, this is a shopping cart. um, and in order to do this, yeah, we're going to, this is going to work on the client server model. And this is where we're going to get into like the real nitty, the real gritty. So what I'm going to do here is make a node. And I'm going to call this uh, the socket controller. And I'm going to give it a script. Yeah, socket controller is fine. And, well, is it going to be connected? And it's probably not going to be connected at first. And we're going to need a WebSocket URL in order to connect to. So what we're going to do is make a connection from the game that anyone's playing to a server. And that is going to share some information like where the plane is and how much health the people have and where people are moving and stuff like that. So we can set that up through WebSockets. And Godot has some pretty rudimentary WebSockets here. So what we're going to do is make a socket. And that's going to be a WebSocket peer. There we go. And yeah. On ready, let's see, we need to connect. Oh yeah, we need a URL. So WebSocket URLs are not like HTTP like this. That's a completely different protocol. They're WebSocket // And I'm going to set this up on my server so that, well, just locally, so you can do 127.0.0.1, which is the universal language for it's just at my house. And it needs to be on a specific port. And you can denote ports like this, with the funny number. Ha ha ha. Yes. And we'll give that the WebSocket extension there, so that we can actually serve the game, and we can connect the WebSockets, because otherwise people won't be able to play it. So on function ready, I got to be sure to make that the private variable there with the underscore. We're going to have socket, connect to URL, WebSocket URL. And this returns an error code. And if the error code, let's call it error code, is okay, this is a built-in thing, so okay just means it's okay. Connected is true. Whoops. Or we'll just print the error code. Okay. So that's a lot of hopes and dreams going on right now. What we need to do is actually make the WebSocket server that this is going to connect to. So, what I need to do is open up a terminal here. Woo! And this is always fun. Okay. We have a terminal. Now, everyone who's afraid of coding, check this out. We've got coding to do. So we have our project folder, which has a game folder in it and an output folder in it. I'm going to be really kind here and bring over the actual this is what it looks like. That's the whole thing. It's just an empty folder. Don't be afraid of the terminal. You love it. I'm going to make a directory called server. Hey, look, it just popped up over there. There you go. And I'm going to move into that folder. Save it. And I am also going to make a virtual environment with Python, because everything needs to be in its own nice little container. This is just a little container for Python stuff. Wait for that to load, wait for that to load, wait for that to load. And Visual Studio Code. So let me open this folder over in VS Code with this tiny little font that I have on my other monitor. Select folder. You know it. You know it. You love it. Yes, I trust the authors. I'm the author. All right, so let's make a new let's make a new file called run. Now this is going to be done in Python. I'm going to be AFK playing some 7D with the wife. Is that code for something? Is that like a code for something? Is that like naughty? Do I want to play that? That sounds like, well, enjoy. Don't hurt yourself. Have a good time. Okay. So this is all going to be handled in Python, the server aspect of it, which is the most fun part, by the way. And it's actually pretty relatively simple. So now that we have our server directory ready, we can actually use this virtual environment. So we have our run.py file and a virtual environment. So I'm going to activate that virtual environment. What a virtual environment is basically just like a little place for all of your short-term Python dependencies and stuff to live, so that you don't have just like one main thing that has like 50 billion different little dependencies and stuff that make it super impossible to use. This is going to be a fairly nice and contained little place for our project to live. And this is going to be done with Flask. So Flask is just a nice little service to run web servers and stuff. So what we need to do is install Flask using pip. Yeah. Doesn't take very long. Okay. And we also need to install WebSockets, because we're going to be using WebSockets. Heck to the yeah. I think that's everything that we need to install. So let's make the Flask app real quick. See, so from Flask import Flask. Yeah. And the app is going to be All right, settle down, Spotify. App is going to be Flask. And we're going to pass in the name of this file. So if anytime you ever see this, that's just the name of the file being run. So it's going to be called run.py. You've got music? Yeah, you got music. And it was like way too loud just there. It got like super crazy epic. And I need a route for this to go to. So since it's called app, this decorator has to give this a place to go. So like whenever you click on the address, like google.com/booger, this is how you know where, this is how the server knows where to send you. So I'm not going to make it burger. I'm just going to send it like this. This will serve the game. And we have to have the game send from a directory. So let's see. What we have to do there is send it from a directory. So whenever we export the file from Godot, export the game, it goes to this output folder here, where it's got this HTML swag. It's got some PNG files and JavaScript stuff and all the stuff that Godot just automatically makes for you. So we have send from directory. And what we're going to do is send from directory our game file, our game dir. And what is this HTML file called? Airplane. So this is the main entry point to the game. Airplane.html. Awesome. But we don't have our game directory set up. So whenever we do this, it doesn't mean anything to it. So I need to make a new folder. In terms of HTML and web dev, there's a static folder where files live. In static, we also want to have the output folder. Game files. Just call it game files. And I believe we'll be able to serve it by just saying game files. We might have to set the static directory here. We might not. But we need to move everything into this game files folder. So we have our output folder. I'm just going to copy these bad boys. And in server, static, game files, paste those here. Awesome. Might have to, like I said, get back to that whenever we can. But first, let's make sure that we can access this server at all. So, of course, if name equals main, this is kind of the boilerplate thing that you'll see on every Python file. App run, and the host is going to be anyone, so that'll be anyone can run this, and the port is going to be 5000. Okay, let me see if there are any errors here. So let me run this. Okay, it is running, so I can technically go to that web page. Nothing should pop up whenever I go there. So HTTP, URL not found. What do we got in terms of errors here? Ah, we got a 404 error. That's good. So I tried to access that, and we got a 404 error. That's okay, because there was nothing to send there. And I am going to go ahead and just explicitly tell Flask where that static file is, because it gives you that option. So it's going to be there, and this is going to be in static game files. Da, 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 da. So let me hop over here to the 404 not found page and see if we can get that to come back up. Do we have anything here? We're serving 127. Yes, that is my local IP address. Oh, we're not HTTP? Yes, there we go. Okay, so what has happened here is we should have a readable error here that we have 404 stuff. That it was looking for airplane.png and it couldn't find it. And it was also negative 40 to negative 30 dBs are where it's at. Yeah, I've been trying to figure that out, and I'm not monitoring my actual voice here, or I'm listening to the music over my headphones, and I'm just kind of like visually checking on the audio. So it's not finding these files, and the reason that happens is a really, really, really dumb reason. And it's just technology doing everything that you tell it to exactly. So whenever we take a look at the airplane.html file, it's saying, okay, load airplane.icon.png. Well, the thing is, whenever it's served this way, it doesn't have the relative path right. So I've actually had to do a thingy where I've had to make a refactorer. And I actually have this over here. So what this will do is actually take that file and modify the HTML file to have the appropriate things. And this is kind of just bespoke hackery for this use case. If you do this, you probably have to do it something similar, or just output it correctly. You know what? There we go. File path. Read the file and as file. And the content is going to be what you read from the file. Great. Now we're just going to replace some stuff. So I actually have them copied and pasted over here. And there are these ones as well. And it's going to be called airplane and not webbit. That was something that I was playing around with this just to see if it worked. And I had to make a little thing called webbit to see if it did. All right, so we'll run that with the actual files here. So it goes static and game files and airplane.html. So this should work. Refactorer.py, whenever you run that. So that's going to change all these instances to static game. Now, for debugging, like if you were doing this once, that's fine. But for debugging, you kind of have to do this like 38 billion times, and that sucks. So, ideally, this will allow the HTML file and Flask to serve everything correctly. And we are here to serve. We must serve. Can we go forward? Oh, we have to actually do that over here. Static game file there. That's correct. That's correct. Run static game files. Airplane.html is correct. Let's see. What do we got? That URL path is correct. That's correct. The static game files is right. I wonder if, because we're declaring it, we don't need it here. Run that. Yeah, that's okay. That's all good. HTTP 404 not found. Oh, it couldn't even find it at all. Okay, so it was there. Static game files, airplane. Restart. Still doesn't want to open it up. Static game airplane.js. Ah, I see what I did. So rename this to game and rename this to game. Because in my refactorer, it's expecting things to be called game. See, all these instances of game. I didn't read my own notes well enough. So let's restart the server here. So whenever we refresh, we should have our game popping up. Yeah. So now we have a game that we can play on a server. Yeah, there we go. We get a 200 response. That's awesome. That's what we love to see. And that's what we have to work with here. So let's get that WebSocket connected. So whenever the game starts, it's going to try to connect to a WebSocket server. And Flask right now isn't doing that. What Flask is actually doing is just rendering HTTPS instead of the actual the WebSocket service. That's kind of word salad. So we're going to need to make a WebSocket server. And that's easy enough. WebSocket server. No, wait, I wouldn't. No. And I don't know if we are passing in anything to it just yet. But this is going to be a lot of asynchronous stuff. Fun on a bun stuff. And import WebSocket. So async IO is basically stuff that runs at the same time. Typically in Python, things happen concurrently, synchronously. They all happen in one tube, one pipe of stuff. Asynchronously allows things to happen on top of each other, next to each other, however you want to interpret that. And because there's a lot of waiting around for inputs and stuff, all of the WebSockets have to be asynchronous. And async IO is how you do that. And it's a little bit intimidating, but once you have it set up, it handles itself. So this is going to be how we're putting this together. We're going to make the WebSocket async. I had that spelled wrong. This is going to be an asynchronous function, and it is going to... Oh, I need my interpreter as well. We're going to have to connect clients. So I'm going to make an interpreter file here, because this is going to get bogged down really fast. And I actually have this, something that I can copy and paste, which is awesome. Interpreter. Here, let me just copy this whole file that I have over here. And I can walk you through it. All right. We have the interpreter here, which has some very special functions. Client connects, the client disconnects, and client sends a message. So that's all WebSocket is. WebSocket is a little handshake between computers that send messages back and forth. So we have to know whenever someone connects, whenever that person disconnects, and whenever messages are sent back and forth. So that's all this is going to do. And we have connected clients. So whenever a client connects, we add them to the connected client. Whenever they disconnect, we remove them from the connected clients. And whenever we have messages coming in, we have to make sure that they're from the connected clients. Easy squeezy. So if I go back here to the server that I was getting set up, we're going to need that interpreter. So I'm going to actually import that from interpreter. Import the interpreter class. Da 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 da. And whenever we initialize our WebSocket server, it needs the interpreter. So self-interpreter is going to be a new interpreter. And we're passing the WebSocket server to it because it's expecting a WebSocket server whenever you initialize it. Fantastic. Slow me down if I'm going too fast because I can't be stopped. WebSocket path. All right. So what we're going to do is in our asynchronous function, we are going to await the interpreter connecting clients. And we'll pass it a WebSocket. And we are going to read its messages. For messages in the WebSocket. Print. We got a message. And it's going to be lit. And I can actually make that an F string so we can print out what that message is. Message. Python is unable to parse the code provided. That's fine. It's okay, Python. And what interpreter does is it handles the message. So anytime we get a message, wait, for message in WebSocket? Oh, I had that wrong. The messages come through this function, and then we're going to pass those messages to the interpreter. The interpreter is going to handle and interpret those messages. Easy squeezy. And it's going to give us a output message. Let's see. So self interpreter handle message, and this is the client. So message and whoever's playing the game at the time. So some game is going to send us a message, and the interpreter is going to interpret it. That's what the server is doing. So these messages are going to be stuff like, I am now in position vector 3, wherever you're at. Letting you know where you're at, or I have this much health, or my fuel has gone down. These are all of the messages that are going to come through the server, and it's going to be interpreted that way. Let's see. And it's going to give us some optional returns here. An output message and a client list. So the output message is the message that has to go back to the game, and the client list is who that is going out to. So, for instance, if there's a lobby with a whole bunch of planes flying around in it, that client list is going to be everyone playing that game, everyone in that lobby. So it's like, hey, plane number 1 updated its position, so you all need to handle that on your end. So you need to draw a plane over in that position. But it doesn't always send something out. So if there's an output message, we're going to broadcast. So we need to make that broadcast message function here. And I've already got that because I made this earlier off screen. go. And I gave myself these nice things to tell me what I need to do. And it is going to involve JSON. This is going to be like the most dense stream on the face of the earth. So if you're watching the VOD, keep rewinded and then subscribe. Because I'm only going to do this 500,000 more times. And let me actually just copy that original one that I was typing out, and I'll just walk through it. Woohoo! Yes. So I have my notes here. We get the message in from the clients. We interpret that message. And if we need to, we'll send a message back via broadcast message to the client list. So the broadcast message, if we have a client list, we only need to send it to one person. Otherwise, we need to send it to a bunch of people. So, how do computers talk to each other? Through an API, and it's mostly through JSON files. JSON files are just dictionaries, key value pairs, ostensibly. So we're going to have kind of our own little language here between the server and the game file itself. So they're going to be able to talk to one another. They're going to be able to say what's going on. And this is what all, multiplayer games are like doing behind the scenes. They just do it like on a much bigger scale. So we've got two distinct functions in the WebSocket server. This looks like a lot, but it's really just two things. Messages come in, and we interpret them, and we send them back out. Message in, message out. So, what we have to do now is get the WebSocket server and the Flask server to run at the same time. That is a bit tricky because there's already a lot of like asynchronous like mumbo jumbo happening in WebSockets and in Flask itself. So getting them to play nice together is not always the easiest thing to do. So what I'm going to do is we have to make separate tasks here. So one task is going to be not pressing command while you do that. Run Flask. And that is basically what we had before. So we're going to run, and it's going to be able to host anyone. This is just a generic a generic IP value. So we're not limiting it to anyone. Anyone could join this as long as they were connected to my network. And it's going to be on port 5000. So that is going to be what you have to type into the browser in order to find us. And that is just going to be, that doesn't have to be asynchronous because it's already asynchronous. If that makes any sense at all. But we will need to asynchronously handle our WebSocket. And what that's going to do is, at the same time as Flask, have a WebSocket server running. So we're going to define run WebSocket server. And our WebSocket server is going to be of the same class WebSocket server up here. Papa. So we're just making one of these. We're defining it up here, and we're making it down here. And the server itself is going to be what WebSockets actually serves. The server is what is being served. And I need to think while I type here. WebSocket server, WebSocket handler. Okay. So we're going to serve the WebSocket handler here from WebSocket server. Lot to keep in your head, but once this is done, like this doesn't have to be bothered with anymore. This is really if you're just kind of wanting to know the really low level theory behind it. This for the most part, you can uh, just ignore this. Trying to figure out how to do a mail-in ballot and they don't make it easy. That is surprising because mail-in ballots in California are like duper easy. Like we'll get 3 or 4 reminders that say you're registered or you aren't, and a big checkbox if you want to do it by mail or not. And even if you don't check that, not for abroad with no address. Oh wait. Oh wait. So you bring up a good point by, oh, you're not in the States. Um, you can say you live with me. You can lie to the government. My address is 311111111111111. I'm serving my WebSocket handler, and I have to serve it here. No, silly, that's my SSN, my supersonic ninja. And it's going to be on port 6969 because that's a hilarious word. Print. Starting WebSocket server. All right. Let's see. All right, now I'm going to have to do some shaming of myself. Because whenever you have asynchronous things in Python, you can't press Control-C to kill it. And this is going to reveal a little bit too much about me, about all the things that I'm about to copy and paste, about how to kill this stupid asynchronous thing in the most brutal way possible. It's stupid, and I hate it, but this is what I had to do. So I have a trial loop here, where I await the async IO future. What that is, it essentially just means run this thing forever, if you can. But if you're not running it forever, async IO canceled error, then you cancel it. Server close. Great. And then you await until the server is actually closed. Oop, wait. Server. Wait. Closed. Okay, great. That's great. Smart. You think, okay, run until I cancel it. And then you close it. You'd think that. But it's not true. So asynchronous define a main function here. So this is where we gonna start Flask and WebSocket. We're gonna start Flask in a thread. Yeah. So what we need to do then is import threads. So threads are basically multiple cores of your CPU working at the same time. I explained that as good as I'm gonna. And Python typically is single-threaded, so you have to use libraries in order to make it multi-threaded. And that's what we're going to do here. And the target for the thread is going to be to run Flask. So remember that function that we made earlier, run Flask, woohoo. This Flask thread is going to do that. And all we have to do is start it. Easy squeezy. And now we have to start the WebSocket server. Start. Yes. So the WebSocket server is going to be a new task. Create task, I think it is. Yeah, create task. And that task is going to be run WebSocket server. We have that one up here. So essentially, we're running this and we're running this at the same time. Right there, distilled down to here in a main function call. Gravy. So the same thing with what we do here. I don't think I actually need to do this. I'm going to skip that for now. If we need it, I'll add it in. So if this is the main file here, asynchronous functions need a loop. So that's what we're going to do here is get a loop. Now the event loop is what happens whenever this is finished or this is finished, because this isn't something that happens forever. It essentially just repeats this ad nauseum. And that's kind of how these asynchronous loops are going to work. Let's see. Try loop. You run the loop. You run it until it's complete. And what are you running? You're running that main function. There you go. And I'm going to accept a keyboard interrupt. Right. Actually, sys exit. I have to import sys. Alrighty. I think that's it. I think that's it. Alright. I'm going to try and run this. And just do a smoke test here and crash and burn, see what happens. Oh, we have a typo here. WebSocket server has no attribute serve. Excuse you? Do I have a typo? Serve. Dot serve. Oh. Oh, yes. That's from WebSockets, not the actual WebSocket server. One more again. Okay, this is the thing I hate. So I didn't add in enough things to just murder this because I'm pressing Control C and nothing's happening. You can actually see I'm clicking. Oh, I be clicking. Not enough. Not enough. So what we have to do is we have to add in all of this crap that I didn't want to. Or do I want to? No, I don't want to. I don't want to. I'm just going to open up a new thing and then go into CD, F, projects, airplane. Close that. Awesome. So we have this file open here now. If I run it, what do we got? I know that this is now running, so let's see if we can actually connect to the WebSocket server from Flask. I mean, not from Flask, from Godot. So whenever I press this is going to try to run this here. Is this where we want it to go? Oh, yeah, we're flipping around. Have we got anything pinged here? Not just yet. And it would happen immediately, so it's not going to just pop up eventually. Let's see. What are you doing? WebSocket 6969.127.0.0.1. That's right. That's right. Let me see if I have a typo anywhere in here. These are the worst things to troubleshoot whenever you're copying old note code and everything kind of looks the same. Is you can't really find where you want to go. Okay. No, it's not there. It's not there. Not there. Server, what do we have? I wonder if it's just because that route, I'm thinking it's the route name is incorrect here. Error code 90. So we did get an error code. So let's look what those are. Oh, wait. We already have that. Error code. Let's see what this is. It's not printing anything there. WebSocket ready. Error code. Else, we should definitely be... Oh, it did print connect. Wait. What? 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 Oh, it just worked? That is... almost exhausting. It's crazy whenever something works just like the first time. So we're going to have our interpreter here work this out. So I'm actually going to try to print a couple things. Print a couple things with this. And see if things are working the way it says they are. So I have a couple commands here built into this. So this is the interpreter, and it handles the messages. These are the commands that I can give the interpreter so far. The first one is just receive authentication. So that's what I'm going to set up in Godot. This needs to be able to authenticate. And in order to do that, we're going to have two interpreters. We're going to have the interpreter on the server side, and we're going to have the interpreter on the client side. So I'm going to make another node here with a script in it called socket interpreter. Doot. And what this is going to do is interpret messages. And that's going to have JSON data. And we also need to authenticate the client. I'm going to make these real quick. There we go. Socket controller. Alrighty. So if we're actually connected there, that's awesome. But what we're going to need to do is every frame we're going to need to pull the socket. What that means is we're going to have to see if there are any new messages from us, from the WebSocket here. And I've got another function here. Whenever we close the game, close the socket, essentially. It's mad because we don't have on JSON received here. Now we do. And we're going to send that message that we get to the interpreter to interpret the message. And we also need to be able to send a message to the server. Interpreter. So this needs to get, I need to pass these together. In main, I'm going to take my socket controller and give it the interpreter. All right. One thing I noticed this is the second stream. So, I'm like locked in a strange way. Like, I know it's me and, like maybe one or two people like kind of filing in and out. I'm just letting things get so dense. Hey. Hey, Finn. I'm probably gonna hop off around 5. I just want to get this this little thing going on. I've been at it for about 3.5 hours now. How are you doing? Are you gonna be streaming today? Actually, what does it say? It says you are streaming? Yes, I am on. I am doing it. He's fishing. Oh, oh, he's fishing. There's a lot going on. I'm locked in. I am doing big time, big boy coding. I am doing it big. Where is my client interpreter thing? Okay. Whatcha? So, Godot is now able to interpret these messages. And it's all able to authenticate itself. And I just want to try this out and crash and burn and see if the thing that I did actually worked. What are we doing? What are we doing? I don't know. I don't have anything printing out here, but it does say that we're connected. Here we go. So let's turn around and shoot the snot out of some stuff. I think we need to add some sound effects to this. I mean, sound effects are like a, practically a polish phase thing for the game dev, but we need some viscerality here. We need some camera shake. We need some bun. Okay. Are you connecting there? Well, oh, you ain't. Let me... Hey! It was Raiden! Oh my gosh. Yag's here. Finn is here. You guys are about to witness the most exciting thing. The most exciting thing that you have ever witnessed. I assume because Finn is also is into the game dev, that you are all a bunch of game devers as well. Well, guess what? We're doing WebSockets in Godot. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. We are very excited. So, thank you for the raid. I appreciate this. This is very fun. I've never been raided before. Guys, settle down. It's my second day streaming. It's gonna be great. Yag's here. Finn's here. Booya's here. Fresh Meat's still here. Here's what we're doing. He also enjoys a good fishing trip. We're making an aerial dogfighting game. We've got a bit of a proof of concept where the holy symbol of Christianity is flying around and shooting blue cubes like you do. And that's, that is, I think, good enough start to start the really, really low level WebSocket stuff here, like you see here. You like that? Jesus approved. Praise be. Hallowed be thy stool, or whatever. It's been a long time since I was a Catholic. It's Easter somewhere. What does WebSocket do have to do with the dogfighting? Well, we're gonna dogfight one another, guys. This is gonna be a browser game, and we're gonna all dogfight each other with crossplanes. How's that sound for a slice of fried gold? Now, does it work? No, it doesn't. So, we're doing asynchronous stuff, which means every time I need to restart this, is it an MMO? Let's call it a battle royale but flying project. Airplane. No one can read that. No one can read anything. Yeah, so the idea is we take this fun thing. It is an it is at least an O. Yes. We take this thing here where we're flying around, and we're going to put maybe 20 of our best buddies in one of these, and we're going to shoot them out of the sky. And this is just going to be on. You can just hop in. So let's think of it somewhere like Slither.io, where it's just like a board where there's, people in there like trying to get the high score. I think that'd be kind of cool. Like where you can just hop on and try and take down, the big baron who's like been in here like shooting people up. I want you to be able to get like you'll have to get like fuel pickups and ammo pickups and yeah, you'll be able to get like stupid rocket launcher stuff and flamethrowers, and there'll be like hazardous things. But what? And this is a huge big old butt. We have to set it up to do it online first. Yes, you could go with like itch.io, and you could also just gruelingly make your own in a couple hours and not have to pay or get paid anything. You could do it for no money. No money coming in and coming out. What do you think about that? I'm gonna get nice and close. What do you think about that? Huh? What do you think about that? Do you think he approve? I have a blink button, guys. Let me put this back. Oh, y'all don't even know. You haven't seen me. You haven't been to White Castle yet. Everyone check out White Castle. Look at White Castle, Michael. Ah! I'm out of here. You can't see me, chat. All you can see is White Castle. I want White Castle. I look longingly at it, but I cannot have it. Can one of you guys send me White Castle? More like Wheat Castle. What the hell is that supposed to mean? What? What? Explain yourself. Explain that. Unpack that. Do you understand the vague reference? Because like Wheatley? Yeah. Yeah, I get that. Hold on, wait. I can look at you scrupulously. Also, whenever I type on stuff, it makes me type. Look at me. I'm typing my little heart out. And then he puts them up. Let me go back up in here. Yeah. Okay. If you want to make a VTuber that's really fiddly to control, dude, I have some advice for you. Huh? Some advice? Okay, let's go back. From Portal 2, tell me when I over-explained it. It's like Wheatley. Do you get it? The VTuber, is VTuber Godot too? Yeah, the VTuber is Godot. The VTuber is running presently from this this command screen right here. So you can see how my voice peaks there, and that is translated over to the actual. There's a shader in my mouth, um, but I can toggle like my transparency and the offset. So like I can offset Z based on where I'm sitting in front of my webcam. Um, it doesn't. This should be initialized here, but it's not. The Ball Thing, voiced by Stephen Merchant from The Office UK and extras, made by Val. Yeah, we know. We know who Smirch is. We know who Wheatley is. We love that game. We have that game. We have it downloaded. It's a great game. You shoot the moon at the end. He's over explaining. Are you? Are you over explaining? You think? Think? Is my hand just on a sine loop or something? Yes. You want to see how the VTuber works? It's amazing. Here, I'll show you. Here, here's a room. You're in POV. You just changed the the sign to White Castle before stream. POV. You have a fake terrazzo floor here. Here's the robot. He's got little baby arms, and they're actually called baby arms in the code. Yeah, it's fun stuff. And you just kind of went kit bashing in Maya for a couple hours, and then you came up with this. It's great stuff. Also, the linkages and things are all done dynamically because I'm not. Yeah, those little cylinders and stuff that you see whenever I move down are all just procedurally done, and they're not. They're okay. I think they could definitely use some polishing and stuff like that. Now I'm over explaining. I'm like, Finn, what the heck was I doing? Here we go. We have to authenticate clients. Did we authenticate the clients? I don't even know anymore. Okay, so what I want to do is in VS Code, working on the at least an O. Yeah. In it won't be massive. It won't be well. It will be multiplayer. Also, I need to tilt my head up. There we go. But hopefully we will be O. We are actually O. We are actually O. WebSocket handles receive message. Okay. We can start the game and see what happens. Dabba-dabba-doo. We're shooting around. It says we're connected. That's great. It might be lying. Who knows? But if we open up a web browser while that's running, and we go to HTTP, we are officially running in a browser. That's great stuff. That's great news. We are in the browser. We can see all those things that Godot doesn't preload, and it's fantabulous. Oh my gosh. Full screen. Here. Who wants to puke? I can make y'all puke. We have the O of the MMO. Except this will be just kind of like a little LMO. LMAO. LMFAO. And that is confusing to a great degree. So we need to open the Venv. Oh. In the server, we need to open the Venv. And then we need to run.py this whole thing? Yeah, we need to run.py the whole thing. Okite. So, whenever I run this here, do we have confirmation that we're connected here at all? It says we are connected, but we're not printing anything out on Flask at all. Whoa my, goodness. I just closed everything. by wiggling the mouse. That was not intended. There we go. Now, I should be printing stuff out based on this giant mahoose of code here of the WebSocket server. So everything's being awaited, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. This should be printing more than it's printing. And it isn't. And that is maddeningly unhelpful. Like, I want error messages. I want pain. I want strife. I want struggle. I want to know what I'm doing, but instead I get, okay. Okay is the worst answer you can give me. As to why this isn't working. So let me see here if I can do some refactoring. Not refactor, but investigating. So what I think I need to do is close this. What I actually need to do first and foremost before anything is fix the issue with how I can't close this. And I have to make a new terminal every time I want to do that. I almost spelled it aeroplane. I almost spelled it the British way because I'm British now because Finn's here. Oh my god. Okay. Then scripts activate again. And then run .py again. WebSocket. Wait. Ooh. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. It's not aeroplane over there? No. It's just airplane. Like dumb. Airplane. Like a plane in the air. It's amazing. Like you just say what it is and then it is. Like aluminum. Not aluminium. Wait a minute. No, it's in the air. You can't have a, like, you can have a seaplane. That's why they call it a seaplane. They don't call it a seaplane. I will concede that aluminium is the correct way because aluminum was discovered, well, not discovered, but coined. The term was coined by the Brits. So y'all can have that one. Isn't a seaplane a kind of airplane? Yeah. Of the sea. Well, it supersedes it. There's a super function there. What are we? Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. We have to have the certification file, baby. If anyone has ever wanted to know how to make an SSL certificate for their homegrown Flash server so that you can actually make it work, it's easy. OpenSSL generate an RSA key, and we're going to call it server.key, and we're going to give it 248 bits of interest. Okay. And then we're going to require a new key for that server key. Wait. And we're going to call that server certificate. Right? Yes. And then skip through everything. And we are going to have that certificate with the X509 require that in 365 days, server certificate will have to be re-signed with server key. Did I get this right? Oh, heck yeah, I did. I nailed that. So now we have server key and server CRT, so Flask is going to use these. So we can actually run this on HTTPS, and Chrome is going to, sorry children, shit itself because it's very upset. So now we are running on HTTPS instead of just HTTP. So that's how you do that. But if I go over to here, meow, HTTPS. No, don't look at that. 127.0.0.1 5000. You feel so secure, right? But then you click here, and then Chrome is like, no. No, 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 no. Yo, MTV Raps. You're not going to do that because you accidentally pressed /5000 instead of that. And now it's like, your connection's not private. : don't bring anatomical physiology into this. See, you can backseat for the win. Backseat in the color here. Look at this guy. This guy thinks he's a regular Stephen Merchant from The Office. He thinks he's a big time comedian. So you have to then say, proceed there to be unsafe. And then it doesn't work. See? What the heck? What the heck? Did I just copy and paste something wrong? I bet I did. Favicon. Oh, yeah. What did I get wrong? Oh, the actual name of the program? Airplane. More like error prone. Okay. Run. WebSocket server. Awesome. We fresh. Godot playing now. It's lit. So one thing I have noticed that regardless of the width of my screen here, my crosshair doesn't change size. That's not... Now it's over there. Chat, I got drunk vision. I can't see where I'm shooting. I feel like the drunk guy from Independence Day who saves the day. Okay. This is a travesty, but I'm kind of having fun. All right. So let's take a look at what we were able to do. We were able to completely load in all of our assets. That's great. We got 2 hundo on all of those. That's the good code. That's the code we like. But this also doesn't print out anything that we wanted to print out. So I'm going to run it from the browser here. And it says it's connected. Yo. So let's see why it's not printing out anything else. So in the socket interpreter, yeah, we should be getting this. Oh, I saw this before in Godot with an ultra wide, the item appearing in the wrong place on the screen. You don't know what caused it. I think I know what caused it here. If I go to... Where am I drawing that? Oh, in the HUD. So here's what I'm doing. So on ready, I'm calculating the center of the viewport rectangle. And I'm not changing that. So whatever it comes up first... wait, where's my avatar? My avatar went away. There we go. So I'm only calculating that once. And instead of actually having a nice function here like on VP size change, where I can then recalculate that. Fine, I'll do it. Get viewport connect size changed. I hope that's what it is. Callable self on VP size changed, and then you have to click on that and make it a thing because they ruined it from 3.5 into this, and apparently I don't have a closing bracket. So now that should break the entire thing. So we have our circle here. Yay, now it works. Now it goes wherever I want it to. Except I want it to be kind of like divisible by that. So how are we going to do that? VP size. Y, no, X is equal to get viewport rect. Nice. Get wrecked. And var radius is going to be equal to... We're just going to have to calculate radius here. Radius is going to equal, so 1/90th. I don't know. VP size x divided by 90. The heck with it. Whoop! Copy paste that. And this is going to be way too small. No way. Dude, I nailed that. Now it's just too big though. I like it. It's I like a big chunky crosshair. Woo! There we go. Yeah, there's an interesting thing. This handles more like a quadcopter than it does a plane, because you can fly this direction, and then you can flip over and fly backwards, which is kind of sick. There we go. Okay, fix that pesky crosshair issue. Now, we are not printing anything that we want to print out of our socket controller. And we're not receiving anything like we want to, which is frustrating to no end. So we're connecting to the correct thingy. We're connecting to the correct URL. But what I think is an issue here is we're just not printing whenever we connect. So connect client, message, print string, client connected, client. Oh wait, no, that's not how f-strings work. You're not smart. Client. There you go. That's how good o-strings work. So let me restart this and run it. Yeah. And I have like 6 things of Godot open right now, and I'm overstimulated. There we go. Run it. Take a look. So it didn't print out that it connected, which is frustrating to say the least. Why wouldn't it be running? That server is right. Oh, maybe that is because what? Yeah, connected. But it didn't get anything back from that still. Get out of my way. Get out of my way. Why are we not wanting to connect? This might be something I have to take offline, because that is going to be super boring. Super boring to troubleshoot. Because, I mean, right now we've got things like flying around and shooting, and we can kill these targets. That's fun and visceral and what have you, but this is now into the... There is one little thing holding us up, and it is just probably something that I typed in incorrectly, which is, you know, kind of my want to do in these sort of situations. So let me take a look. Flask is serving the game on this route, no problem. And the WebSocket server is serving on 127.0.0.1. Ah. Funny name. We need funny name. Okay. Restart and run it. We had the wrong port. Let's see if we can get some errors out of this. Ooh. Yes, we had an error. All right, we got something there. An interpreter var socket server. Okay. Fantabu Laos. All right, so in main, socket controller needs to know the interpreter. It's Amanda? Oh my gosh, it's so nice to hear from you. It's been so long. Amanda is a friend of mine who I miss dearly, who has moved about as far as you can move away from me. um, and I hope they are doing well. Like a controller. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Well, pretty close. I'm not sure what the time zone is. I'm -8, and I believe you're +8 hours. You've got the whole Pacific between us. Oh yeah, New Zealand. New Zealand can move a little bit farther. New Zealand, I would love to go to. I would love to. And not just for all of the like the super touristy reasons. Like I want to rent barnyard animals in New Zealand. I would like to be a sheep, a shepherd, and terrorize people. I want to rent someone's sheep. Ah, yes. Okay. Wait a minute. Guys, this is Amanda's doing because she showed up and has it's all done by AI these days. Sheep? Sheep are not AI these days. Unless you're talking about the Minecraft sheep. Anyone see the Minecraft sheep and think it was just fine? I didn't think it was as big a deal as Reddit made it out to be. I mean, I like Minecraft. I like stuff, but I mean, it's not like Sonic the Hedgehog level bad. Everyone was equating to that. I don't think it is. While you discuss amongst yourselves. No, it's not done by AI. There's one guy called Al. Oh, AI. Yeah. So that funny enough, I was researching planes like that could go into this game. The worst airplane name on the face of the earth is in chat right now. The Ilyushin IL-2. This was a Soviet-made fighter plane in World War II, and is it IL or II or IL again or II? You don't know. You just don't know until you copy it and paste it into a different font. So yes, Al, pour one out for every Al who thinks they're AI now, and the Ilyushin L248. First time chat. Hey, hey, first time chat from Fedora. Catch these ban hands. I got my sandwich clamps wrapped hard around my ban button. Where's my moderator? Where's Booyah? Because I don't know how to ban people from from the OBS stream chat. We need Hammer brought down. No, I don't want to make them a mod. Are you insane, Reno? Wait. Oh my gosh. Yay. We did it, chat. I deleted it. Okay. That was huge. This is the second stream. I banned my first thing. You can use ban too, like, oh, heck yeah, dude. Thank you for the tip. I can do this. No robots here. Oh, this is awkward. I banned one of my brothers, guys. I banned him. What may have slipped by as we were yapping, Twitch chat is modified, if you remember correctly. The bots all connected. Oh, IRC, not if I remember correctly, on the back end. So most of the commands are all command derivatives. How do I block terms? You make a new Twitch account and buy that username from them and then be nice. What has slipped by, though, as I was just yapping there, is an amazing bit of output where we now have stuff happened. Um, we are now connecting to this WebSocket. So uh, that is fantabulous. Let's see. You can't do that in chat. It has to be done in dashboard, moderation, and then block terms and phrases. Also, the streamer has to allow mods to do it. Um, I was looking at a little bit of something like that, and uh, I it's a bit of a beginner's trap, I think, because um, I was looking at like overlays because I use Stream Elements for the overlay, which is totally not working because there should have absolutely been a thing uh, for that raid whenever it came in. Um, Stream Elements has one, and Twitch itself has one, and I don't know which one I'm using incorrectly, but one of them. My Stream Elements doesn't do anything for a sub. Didn't do anything for a sub earlier. Oh man, that's crazy. That's super frustrating. The raid overlay worked. Uh, it worked for y'all. That's that's super weird. And it's something that I kind of want to suss out because like let me come down here and chat with you guys. Uh, Stream Elements has like the emulate buttons where you can be like, oh, I want to um emulate someone following or a sub and stuff, and that works. That works totally fine whenever I do this. Um, but whenever it happens here, like whenever Booyah rated the other day, and whenever people followed me, which I appreciate very much. Hey, wait, now it worked. Yay! Oh my god! Oh my gosh! Wait, I can do my uh my baby arms animations. Yes, yes. Okay. Ah, yeah, yeah. Ah. These are all completely jacked up now because I have the code out um for whenever I type. So now it puts his claws out whenever he types, and then they retract after 4 seconds. Did you do an offline raid and it was 2 people? Thank you. What? Wait, is it because Amanda's watching too? It knows. Chat, chat, it's amazing. Hold on. I'm gonna show you guys my excellent P screen real quick. While I take a quick break and hydrate. I'll be back in about 2 minutes. Uh, and yes, enjoy this and the song that I made for it. And we're back. Okay. So did that uh I have my Spotify playing. Did the both music play over one another and just make nastiness? That could be annoying and we might want to address such an issue. But in the meantime, um, I want to try. Well, I mean, if they were doing both, I can just mute the Spotify one and keep the other one going. Um, this is pretty sweet. So what I have here, listen to like four things at once, not a big deal. Tell me, what's it like um, living in a padded cell? Like that is the craziest thing. I can't do one thing at once. I can't talk and type at the same time. That's why we haven't typed any any code into Godot in like 20 minutes because I've been yapping. I can I can't. Um socket controller. We have okay, so I can recap here. This is um really big change of dynamics now cuz we have the player connecting to the WebSocket connection right there. So what I'm gonna do is, and we see that it can DC there. Neurodivergency is a badge of honor here on Twitch, dude. I, the noise calms me. I would have metal on the stream, but there's no DMCA death metal. Do we need to make some DMCA death metal like right now for Finn is fine? Like, do we need to open up FL Studio? Imagine. Imagine FL Studio and we just break out Guitar Rig and the MIDI controller is like hella pissed because uh because my MIDI controller is used right now. Hold on. Let me just dramatically mute my Spotify. And I wonder if this will even work. Can we make music that it plays out of here? Let me just open up the snare. Oh, I don't think it will. Yeah, I would have to do some off-screen tinkering there to make the audio device my AS, because it's all done through ASIO stuff. But we can make you let's do that stream making some DMCA usable metal. That would be sweet. Yeah, ADHD what? No, I don't have ADHD. I didn't just open up FL Studio to try and do things. Anyway, what are we talking about? So we can connect to stuff. So we need to be able to send messages to servers. And in order to do that, I need to be able to know whenever my plane moves. So basically, we just need the plane. Our airplane. And we don't need the yo anymore. Airplane is equal to airplane. And physics process, I want to take my socket controller and socket interpreter. Whoop. That looks bad. And I will fix it at some point. If it goes on Infloop and annoys my mods, that'd be awesome. Like, yeah. I got you, fam. We can absolutely make some annoying trash with some chugga 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 chugga. I think I might have some preloaded jams for you. Socket controller, send message to server. I want to be able to send my position to the server. Send message to server. There it is. And be able to know where the position of the airplane is at any given time. So the message is going to be some arbitrary command. Command update position. And that data is going to be equal to, actually, POS is going to be airplane global position. And that is going to be a quick array of POS X, POS Y, POS Z. And we're going to send that message. Is this correct? Oh, has to be a comma. A comma chameleon. Pardon me. So every frame, we're going to take our airplane and we're going to broadcast its position to the server. Send message to server. And we're going to make sure that that's working. Get ready, say, blah, 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 blah. Send message to server. Cool. And see if we have this right here. Output message. Oh, heck to the yeah. We are... Our ping is crazy. Okay, let's stop this madness real quick. All right. So we are successfully submitting our data. That's great. We love that. We love that very much. So now everyone has to do that. And I want to try let's see, whenever what do we have here on our interpreter? So whenever someone joins, we need to authenticate that person, but we also need to tell everyone else who's playing that they need to spawn a plane somewhere, and we need to move that plane. So we have the client that gets connected, and they're going to have a position, and that's going to be 0, 0, 0. And let's see here. The commands are going to be here. And which way is this printing? Oh, it's probably in run whenever it receives the message. Yeah, receive message. I don't want to print those all the time. That's going to suck. Okay, so the message gets piped into here, and everything has to have a command. So that's why I'm giving it here. That's why I'm giving it from main, actually. So our message command is update position, and that data, we give it that data. Easy squeezy. So command, and we're going to match that command. So one of the cases that you can have as a command is receive authentication. And then the other case that we just made and just forgot is update position. Copy paste. It's better to copy paste. So that comes in as data, POS data, the piece of crap data, is equal to data get data, the string called data, because that's what we're passing it in as in here. And we're going to change it to POS data because we already have a variable called data, and I'm already confused and overstimulated. So we're going to get position data. Now that client, let's see, the client WebSocket here, we need that, client. So we need their, we need to get them by their WebSocket here. So client object is equal to this. So client WebSocket is passed in by the front end. So we get the client object, which will be this object here, and then we're going to set the position. client object position is equal to POS data. And I'm going to go ahead and print POS data and type of POS data just to make sure it's all copacetic there. Because this could be not great. Just because the arrays might not be coming in the way that they're supposed to. And I want to nip that in the bud now. Literally run before my groceries arrive. I am kind of with you there. Oh yeah, there we go. Position, 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 and it's a list. That's great. That is a lot of resolution for, frankly, something that we're not going to need that much. Resolution 4. So POS is equal to step, not stepify. Oh, snapped. Airplane global position. I hate Godot's autocomplete nonsense. Global position. And we want that to 0.01. Okay. So what this should do is decimate that a lot. Actually, more than decimate it. Be like hectimate it. If that's a word. Snapped cannot convert 2 from float to vector 3. Ooh. I wonder if I can do this. If I can do that and I can't do it the other way, I'm opening up a pull request. Oh, wait. Yeah. I hope this doesn't work. No, it didn't work. Okay. Because what? Ooh, you are such a little... Ooh, dagnabbit. I would have to individually do those. I just want to get rid of overhead, guys. Like, I want to save arbitrarily small amounts of data and overhead that goes to the server. That's all being run locally anyway. Airplane. Global position. Heck yeah. Yeah. Smart. Nice. I want to see... Yeah, that's a good level of resolution that we're cooking with now. So now it only sends everything over to 2 decimal places because that's basically all the resolution that we're going to need. And the ping and lag is going to be so bad anyway, everyone quits and doesn't want to play the game. So we can put on a little bit more Spotify. We can have some funky jams. Some funky royalty-free, well, not royalty-free, but video game-related jams. Now, what we need to do is know whenever there's someone else playing. So whenever we authenticate with the server, we have to send a message out to everyone else. Authenticating, receive authentication, yes. Return output, blah, 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 blah. This is actually too small for me. I mean, too big for me. There we go. So the client gives back the UUID, and that client object becomes authenticated, and we print that we're authenticating that client there. So what we need to do is return all of the we need a list of clients here, and we don't need to declare vars before that. Client list is equal to that. There we go. What this is going to do is once someone authenticates with the server, we get a list of everyone who's connected, and then we're going to remove this WebSocket, this client WebSocket, and then we're going to send a message. We're going to send a message back, return output add player, and that's going to go out to the client list. So everyone who isn't the person that was just authenticated is going to add this player. And then, oh, there's another thing we have to have. Ooh, wait. So, actually, what we need to do is instead of add player, what we should actually do is just send this out to everyone. But what we need to do is send just a more generic message. Turn command players updated, and players is going to be a list of UUIDs. And then that's going to go out to the client list. So player list is going to be, we'll do some list comprehension here. So all of the connected client value, actually I'm just going to do this here. Copy and paste this. X UUID. Yeah. So that's going to take everyone's UUID and send that back. A list of UUIDs to all players. So I need to add this into Godot in the interpreter. So whenever there's a command, we have to match that command. And if this one is players updated, we're going to have a list of UUIDs. And that's going to be from the JSON data that comes in, player list. And I'm just going to print that. List of player UUIDs. List of UUIDs. Okay. So I'm going to reset the server. So we restart. And what else are we doing here? And then we're just going to start the actual game itself. So whenever I join, we should get a list of player UUIDs. Player list, invalid access to property player list. Oh, I think I had a typo there. Oh, just one moment. So I had that as the value as players there, so I need to punch that in. All right. So there's so many messages now. Cancel this. So we should have had one back. Right towards the center. List of player UUIDs. Fantastic. All right. So now, here is a really big test. So I'm going to run here. Actually, I want to make sure that I'm not printing all of this output message stuff. Print JSON data. Yeah, we don't want that. So let me run this again. So yeah. So now we have the list of UUIDs. So this is all the players that are playing. Now, if I actually do that again. And I join the game from my browser. Yeah, I know you can't be reached. HTTP S. Okay, so I have joined here. So now if I join here again, from this one, there should be 2 UUIDs. Should be. Oh, dang. So there is only one, and that is what I need to suss out next. Why it's only showing me one. So if I'm over here, this is still getting a ton of data in. And it's not getting data in from here. So let's try and suss that out. I'm going to open that up one more time. This is running, but it's not connecting. So it's interesting. That is something I'm going to have to probably play with offline a little bit, because that's something I just truly don't know yet. But we do have our little plane that runs around and flies around and poops. Woohoo! Yeah, there's actually a couple. Actually, is because... No, what happened is we have an old build. Duh. One more time. So I'm going to export this project. Export. Export the project into output there. Overwrite. Yes, please. Now I have to take this from that output folder. And then we're going to copy it over into the server so it can serve the files. In static and then game. There we go. Replace these files. Excellent. And now I can close my server and I can run my refactorer. So that, like said before, it goes in and takes that HTML file and just adds these static game in front of all of the assets because they're not there natively in Godot. And Flask needs those to understand where it's serving from. So if I run this, we are running. I need a new browser. And if this works, I'm probably going to call it. We'll raid into someone because that's a good amount of progress done today. There we go. We're loading up. I want to see a big dump of data. There's data there. Yeah. This is giving its position to the server. So that means if I run this from here, I want to see 2 UUIDs down in the output there. Yeah, I've got 2 UUIDs going on. Does that mean... okay. So for UUID in list of UUIDs. If UUID is not equal to my UUID, main, make a new plane. That's essentially where I'm going to start whenever on the next stream. Make a new plane. For all of these, because we need to do a little bit more than just that. But the UUIDs that get passed around, that's how it's going to know where to put these planes, what kind of plane that they are, stuff like this, and that data is all going to get shared and processed by the server, which has a lot to do. I mean, it's cooking. That thing going crazy, and that plane is just going out into the freaking stratosphere. So, yeah, we want to make sure that's going correctly. Oh wait, no, not a variable. We want it to be a function. Make plane. And we're going to need the plane resource. Actually, we don't need that. We don't need that there. We need to is equal to load. Where is our plane scene? Instantiate. And arena, test arena, add child, plane. Great. And spawn planes is going to be a array of UUIDs. So if spawn planes has UUID, pass. But if it doesn't have that UUID, make new plane and UID spawn planes push that back. So add that to the list if it doesn't have it already. That doesn't mean the UUIDs correlate. Not yet. But I really just want to see two planes in here at once connected and doing their thing, because that means we can interact with, that means we can fly around, that means we can have dogfights, that means we can do everything, all of that logic once we've got this boilerplate and stuff out of the way. And that's driving my heel, so to speak. I am super excited for that. It doesn't have it make a new plane. Yes. And let's see here. We're going to need a thing to update positions. A new command. And let's define that over on the server side. We're going to have to be kind of pragmatic about this. Okay, so update positions. Oh, just a moment. Okay, we're back. So whenever any position is updated, instead of printing it, we need to send a list to all of the connected clients. We need to give them this command here, not this one, but command update player positions. And we're going to give it a player positions dictionary. Player positions. Okay. So let's make that here. Player positions is going to be... how are we going to do this? I think we can actually do this through list comprehension, but I don't really think that's a good idea. For client in self-connected clients, values, if client is authenticated, no wait, client authenticated, player positions, client UUID is going to be equal to client, what is it called over here? Client just position. Okay. There we go. So that should be everything that we need to do in order to make sure updating these positions. So command update player positions, and it brings back this data. Player positions is going to be equal to JSON data, and that is a string. Yeah, I need to associate these real quick. Plane map. Ooh. Actually, that shouldn't be in here. That should be in main. So we'll make a dictionary here called plane map. And we need to give everything a UUID at first. So plane map UUID is equal to plane. Oops. Alrighty. Plane map UUID is equal to that. So now we can move these things. Just plane positions. So it can access those. Interpreter. Yeah, we won't have that. There we go. That changes this function here a little bit. UID is not my client ID, then make the planes with that UUID. Okay, player positions. And what I'm going to do here is parent update the player positions with that player position data. And it can loop through it and do all that fun stuff later. Keep that out of the interpreter directly. Update player positions. Position dict. For UID in position dict keys. If UID is not equal to socket controller, no, socket interpreter, client UUID, then that means it's in the socket map. Yeah, socket interpreter, client UUID. That means it's in the socket map and we can actually take these planes and move them. So, plane map, UUID, global position is equal to position dict UUID. that should work. And if not, we cry. And if it does work, we're done because we need to sleep. This has been a ton. This is a huge thing. So in order to make sure that this is gonna, I have to rebuild it, but I want to debug it here first. I have to rebuild it for the web, but I'm gonna try and do it locally here. See if I can just print these positions. That one is still running. Okay. Hop in. Ah, yay. Dict object is not subscriptable. Okay, okay, that's fine. An error is fine. We can fix an error. Let's see. Update positions. Updated client's values. Oh. Duh. Sometimes it seems obvious. Okay. Okay. Oh, wow, that's weird. It's two things happening at once. I don't see it printing out this data. Player positions. Get update player positions with that. Yeah, it's not throwing anything back out at me. I should be printing that still. So update positions. What is it from? Ah, it should be update player positions. Has no attribute P position. Uh-huh, fat fingered. There we go. A lot to fix. A lot of silly errors, which is kind of not great. It means I'm kind of getting sloppy. List of player positions. Still not getting anything to update. Client list where it is not associated with a value. Yeah, this is sloppy of me. Da, da, da. Yeah, it's just trying to use client list whenever I haven't declared it at all. Restart the server. Okay. Server's running. Restart the game. All right. That is interesting. So we are printing this, but we're still at position 0000 for everything. And that's not what we want. That's not necessarily what we want because why is our position 0 and is that us? So I need to know if that's the UUID that we have. So I kind of need to print that out. But we are getting some data back. I just don't know if it's the one we all need. And if it's correctly giving us what we think here. Okay, so 21D5A4AC, yes. So it is just not giving us our correct position. open that up here. Go. Let's check the position to see why that's not adding that client object position. Postion. Mm-hmm. That'll do it every time. Let's see what this gives us back. Okay, great. So that means we should be able to get that from everything, from all of the connected clients. So that means we should be able to rebuild. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to not export it as a package or a zip. I'm going to export it as the project. Okay, close that. Now I can take that output, all those output files that we just exported, solid, and then I can go over to the static server files, dump them in there. There we go. Wonder why our Spotify is not playing. That's fine. Okay. And then I can stop our server right now, run the refactorer, then run the server. And what I want to do is, what do I want my order of operations here to be? I want to run the project here. And I want to see if I can fly over here and then join in on another browser and see if I can see myself. Oops. Oh. I'm controlling the wrong one here. Oh, yeah. I completely can't use that. Non-existent call to make function there. I have to close that entirely because I can't use my new plane. Make new plane? What the heck is it? Well, it wanted to make the plane. I can't use that controller at the same time. Make plane. Duh. So that means I have to redo everything. I have to re-export it, which kind of stinks. But that is the joy of debugging these little things. Eventually you'll get it to the point where you make so many different programs and subroutines and this and that and the other that you will forget what game making is really like, and then you just make like a test stuff and debug stuff. So once again, second verse, same as the first. Copy that from the output and move it to your static folder and the game files of your Flask server. Replace all those files, because lame. And then stop your server and run your refactorer and then run. And then I'm going to start it actually with the browser one this time. HTTPS. Localhost. We see that we have connected. Okay. So I'm going to get over here and then turn around, because I think whenever I open it up over here, I really want to be able to see myself. Okay. Go. Load it up, load it up, load it up. Okay. Yeah, it's very upset because I have this one open. Is there another plane in here? No, you did the wrong one. Oh, this is always on top nonsense. Where's the other plane? Is that it? Why is he like lawn darted into the ground? You're not where you're supposed to be, Daddy-O. Why is he looking at me? Looks like a gravestone? Yeah, 'cause he's dead. He dead in the middle of nowhere. Also, what is this printing out onto the screen? I think it's printing out like 5 different things. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. What is happening is it's printing out the HUD for both of them at the same time. So if I do this, one should change and one shouldn't change. One's always going to be 20. How is this happening? They're just not different enough? All right. We do have plain position global ID. So var new position is going to be equal to a vector 3 POS array is going to be equal to that. POS array X, Y, and Z. New position. So what I think is going to happen now is they're just going to be on top of one another. What's wrong? Oh, okay. Because if the heads-up display is showing there, whenever there's another file there, I'm wondering, I'm like wondering why that is, because I thought it looked like the second plane in the ground was also rotating with me. So it just must be sharing like the same sort of like control server behind the scenes. But you know what we gotta do now is we gotta export it again. Yeah, what I would like to do is have a nice like way to automatically deploy this. Airplane. Output. Copy. Paste. Replace. Yes. Close. Yeah. Close this. Refactor. Run. Alright. We also need to do like error handling whenever this thing, whenever you disconnect like this. So let's open it up. Debug airplane game. Okay. We rockin', we rollin', all day long, sweet Susie. Okay, yeah, because the HUD right now is normal. It's a lot of data, but it's normal. So I'm going to turn around, and every now and then I'll fall apart. Okay, yeah, it's upset. What the... What was that error? Oh, I tried to slice it like I would a vector. I am a hater of the highest order. Re-export project. And run in browser. What's wrong here? Why are you the way that you are here? Oh, I still didn't slice it the way I was supposed to. Because it's an array. There we go. Happy? Yes. Very happy. Re-export. I'm going to try and run it just in this browser and see if that helps. And if not, we throw it out the window. We take window. Yes? Wow, there's so many games open right now. Okay. Awesome. So now I can run it in this one as well. Wait a minute. Am I flying both at the same time? Am I flying both at the same time? Is that me over there? Oh my, oh my gosh. Chat, chat, chat. We're doing it. It's scuffed and nasty. Oh, is this like a puzzle game where you can like try and get them to like match up at the same time? How how are we playing against ourselves? This is not how multiplayer should work. Uh, all right. Who wants to play now? Wait a sec. How are the bullets there? That shouldn't work that way. I'm not spawning those bullets. What is... What? I... I'm completely lost for words. Like, I'm flying here. I'm controlling myself over there. I can see myself. I don't know how much of this is just from the software. Like the server. Because, like, I can shoot at myself. And I can see the bullets flying past me. That's... I, I, I don't... I don't know. I don't know. I'm scared. And I think this is a product of me being a little bit delirious. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a break. um so what I really need to do is get this running on two separate things because clearly we've got an issue. Um I can shoot myself down as I'm flying. So what I think we need to do next is make a actual proper lobby, because this was fun. I mean, I think we were able to do a fair bit. We in 2 days were able to make kind of a proof of concept of a controllable plane facsimile. It's not the best, but it's pretty fun to play. I've got me in my sights. And we have a web server built from scratch. Uh, and we have what I think are two separate entities flying together. And we need to be able to shoot one another down. So what I would like to do is make just spin up like an AWS server and load this up. And then I want people to be able to go to it and just join the fray. I think that'll be what I work on next. And I do have a little bit of concern in terms of like security, but I also want to like show people how to use AWS to spin up like little Linux servers and what have you. So what I think I'm gonna do is just do that off stream, so like I don't leak any like IP addresses and stuff like that I need to, and then just like walk you through how I do it. Wait a minute. How? Are we gonna collide? Oh my gosh. This is amazing. Yeah, and then what I'd like to do is have a web page that anyone can go to and log in with their their Twitch account as a username, and then we can just shoot each other out of the sky, and that'd be it. Like the the game would be done. uh, and like we can have a leaderboard and stuff like that. Oh, okay. I'm falling out of the sky because I'm flying backwards now. This is fun. Well, um, I need to raid into someone. I think. I think we need to find out who's online, and who's jonesing for some who's jonesing for a little party. Booyah, who do you think? Who do you suggest? So I'm not too sure yet. Hypnotic Games? Are they a friend of the stream? Odoculus? Let me just follow these people. Aid. Jitspo? Yeah, let's raid into Jitspo over here. That'd be fun. This is how you meet people. All right, guys. So, thanks again for watching this one, and that one got dense. Like I got locked in on that one. But yeah, we'll pick this up real soon, and see if we can't like if we can't dial this in a little bit, you know. Because I would love just a web page anyone can go to, you know, who's not banned in chat, and try this out and try and break it, because it's pretty busted as it is already. Anyway, yeah, let's raid into Jitspo. Thanks, guys. Catch y'all on the next one.